important. Of course, it's not 7:30 yet, as we promised. Chief Imhotep Garry Byrd is time. However, because there's so much to discuss, and because we have so many dynamic speakers, and because we want to give them an opportunity to stretch out, I'm going to take prerogative of using only the time that I normally am accorded to just sort of heat this place up in terms of global white supremacy. Let me say that within the last 24 hours, something significant happened that illustrates the notion of global white supremacy. Certainly, one of the great needs in our community here in this country is to have a pathologist on duty at all times, because strange things are happening to black people momentarily and prematurely. The revelation yesterday and the death today of Reginald Lewis, I think, clearly points out that there are some mysterious drugs and other paraphernalia that apparently is not detectable by the naked eye that is knocking us over. We should be absolutely alarmed, each one of us, as to the ease in which they can knock us off. Bloodless killings, no gunshots, no knives, just somebody keel over. Certainly Harold Washington was one of those killings of black leadership that would not bend, buckle, and bow. Reginald Lewis was not Harold Washington in no real respect of the word. We want to make that clear. But you don't really have to be in Harold Washington to be an endangered person in America. Reginald Lewis entered in the secret societies of white supremacy, and he ultimately had to pay for it. It demonstrates to anybody here in this country that there are no opportunities for black folks. I don't care who you are. I don't care how clean you keep your nose. There's only two relationships that black folks can enjoy, if you call that enjoyment, and that as being either a servant in a master-servant relationship or an agent. Only two kinds of relationships. Reginald Lewis sought to become a partner in global white supremacy, and it was off limits to him. Now, how did this come about? A few weeks ago, I got a call from a friend of mine who is engaged in high finance, and he had just come back, and we were engaging in a conversation, and it got to Reginald Lewis and Michael Milliken. A lot of people are not aware of why Michael Milliken was put in jail. There are various books out that deal with some aspects of this, But this is very important for us to begin understanding global white supremacy. Michael Milliken was summoned, and this is just not me talking, this is part my investigation and part my reliance on my friend who certainly has the credentials in this area. Michael Milliken was summoned to the offices of the aristocratic Jews in America. And they brought him in because he had violated one of the rules of white supremacy. These members of the ruling class informed him, Chief Imhotep Garry Byrd, let's give him a big hand. Garry, I've just started warming this up for a minute. But you still in charge because you still the chief. But we just wanted to run through some things real quick before you got here. Because certainly nobody can get us started better than Garry. And I even said that when I stood up. Am I right? You can't get in trouble with the chief. So I bear witness that I told everybody that I just wanted to say a few things early. But they informed Reginald Lewis that they had two problems. First one, they might be able to live with. The second one, they could not live with. As you know, Jews are into a class structure. Negroes try to imitate them. Y'all know that. And Milliken was told that there were two things that he could not do. One, he could not bring lower class Jews into the aristocracy. And that's what he was doing with junk bonds. And secondly, they had a real serious problem with his assistants that allowed Reginald Lewis to take over Beatrice Foods. And because Milliken would not renege on his commitments to Lewis and to many other Jews that he had helped buy out all of these corporations, which was threatening the WASP. Because the Jews said, look, we already got a nice thing going on in America. We don't want to blow it. You are messing things up. And because Milliken refused to go back on his commitments, he was indicted. Much of this is in the Den of Thieves, book by James Stewart. Milliken, after getting indicted, tried to improve his image in the black community in New York City because he was going to be tried in Manhattan. And so he then contacted Bill Tatum and Percy Sutton, according to the Den of Thieves, to attempt to improve his image because obviously many of the jurors were going to be black. And he felt as though he could be saved with blacks on the jury because we're the most fair-minded people in the world. Well, anyway, he eventually pled guilty. And as many of you know now, he just recently was put into a halfway house. So it's very interesting at a time that he was getting ready to come back out of jail that Reginald Lewis dies mysteriously. But I think that what that really points out is that in this country, there are certain groups where black folks need not apply. That's nothing new to us. The barriers of the 50s and 60s where white folks had signs saying you need not apply still exists in the 90s. A few years ago, many of you may remember Crazy Joe Gallo. Crazy Joe Gallo did time in the penitentiary, came out, and decided that he was going to integrate the mob. Right now he's pumping daisies. It began to point out how serious this whole thing is about the ruling class, white supremacy. Because in both Milliken's case and in Gallo's case, they sought to violate that in order to bring about opportunities for blacks. And in each instance, it did not work. And so I think tonight that somebody should seriously examine the body of Reginald Lewis. Because I doubt very seriously that a man within 24 hours just expires from the face of the earth. To begin this very briefly, I want to read this passage out of a magazine called American Demographics. American Demographics is a monthly magazine that studies populations and population profiles. Now that's very important because the one thing that white people are concerned about is population and population profile. Demographics is one area that they study very studiously. This article addresses the tastes and preferences of blacks in America. And it starts off reading this. For African Americans, the die was cast nearly 400 years ago. Their ancestors' sale into slavery still shapes their actions, attitudes, interests, and choices today. The first black Americans came from different tribes and different regions of Africa. They did not speak the same languages, and they were often separated from their families when they entered this country. Blacks didn't come to America seeking opportunity. They were the opportunity. Let me read that again, the last sentence anyway. Blacks didn't come to America seeking opportunity. They were the opportunity. This is in the current issue of American Demographics. And it talks about various tastes and preferences of black people. And in many ways, it seems to be somewhat accurate. But what is interesting is this whole notion about opportunity. And when it talks about we didn't come here to seek opportunity, we were the opportunity. And we still are the opportunity. When people from Eastern Europe and Germany and Israel talk about coming to America, they are talking about coming to Harlem and Bed-Stuy and South Bronx, because you are still the opportunity. And you are the opportunity because of the way that you spend your money. That's why you are the opportunity, because of the way that you spend your money. You are not investing your money. You are not saving your money. you are spending foolishly your money and spending it with someone who does not look like you. So when we began to look at this whole notion of white supremacy, and black people today say, well, we need the Marshall Plan. Everybody who heads the Urban League always talk about the Marshall Plan. Well, they put the Marshall Plan in effect in black America in 1950. At the same time, they were putting it in effect in Europe. Because the purpose of the market plan was not to rebuild economies. The purpose of the market plan was to control markets all over the world. And white folks control black markets thoroughly. And it is that struggle for black markets which is at the core of white supremacy. The struggle for black market, the struggle for Asian markets, the struggle for Indian markets, the struggle for Latin American markets is at the core of this whole notion of white supremacy. Well, what is interesting about this article is that while white people are acknowledging that our die has already been cast, according to them, that we've already been irreparably harmed, according to them, Congressman Conyers has introduced a reparations bill into Congress, not demanding reparations, but asking white Congress to determine if we are entitled to reparations. Now, white folks, by this article, this is the ruling class, has admitted that your die has already been cast and that your behavior today is a direct product of your being kidnapped and exploited for over 400 years. And the only thing that our leadership is doing is asking white folks to study whether we are in fact entitled to reparations. And then, if we are entitled to reparations, it should be set in a fund and not given to us individually. If we are entitled to reparations, totally contrary to the way that Jews from Germany are receiving their reparations. All right? Totally contrary to the way the Japanese just got theirs. All right? Totally contrary to all of that. So I submit tonight that we are faced with hopeless leadership in the black community. One of the reasons why Hitler went to war was because of reparations. Reparations were imposed on Hitler during World War I. And he said that I will never be a slave. And so he said that the German people were superior to all races, including other whites. A notion of racial superiority. Wasn't just global white supremacy. It was global German white supremacy. And so Hitler went to war to deal with that. So when we began to talk about global white supremacy, the term global takes on a special meaning because everything today is global. Global markets, global trade, global banking, and global peacekeeping forces. Going into countries like Somalia under, quote, humanitarian purposes. But the essence of white supremacy, global white supremacy, The essence of it is one belief system. That's the essence of white supremacy, one belief system. In order for white supremacy to succeed, we must believe that white folks are superior in order for white supremacy to succeed. We are controlled by our beliefs. We are controlled by our beliefs. 1492 was a great year for Europeans. It wasn't just a great year because, quote, they discovered America. It was a great year because their belief systems were shattered in 1492. The one thing that kept white predators from ravaging all of the world before then was the fact that they believed that the world was flat. And therefore they would refuse to go out too far from shore. And so the rest of the world was safe. The rest of the world was safe because of their false beliefs. And it was only when, during the Moorish period, that they began to get word that Africans was traveling all over the world, that Columbus said, that's interesting. And then went to the king and queen and said, well, maybe we can go out a little further than normal. And the rest is history. And therefore, in order to control us, they recognized that they must instill in us a false belief system. The same false belief system that had imprisoned them until Christopher Columbus destroyed the myth that the world was flat. Africans knew for centuries that the world was round and traveled all over. But it was only the belief systems of Europeans that defeated Europeans. And that is why they engage in propaganda to the day. And that is why Carter G. Woodson wrote The Miseducation of the Negro. Because as long as our beliefs about the world and about the white man were false, I don't care how many guns you bring us, we cannot be liberated. So there's no substitute for knowledge. There's no substitute. Men are in fear because of a lack of knowledge. And so when we began to look at the American, the British, the French, and all of these white empires, we initially began to look at colonial rule. And certainly Dr. Clarke, in many of his lectures, has talked about colonial rule, and certainly may talk about it tonight. But white people are ruling countries today from long distances. In fact, they're ruling communities like ours, and not even in the community, and got us under check. How can somebody control us by remote control? We got more Negro leaders today than we ever had, and we're in worse shape. Africa is free of many whites, and it's in bad shape. How can the white man just abandon colonial rule and still firmly control countries and communities without his presence? Well, the answer really can be answered in many respects over the lives of Dr. King and Malcolm X. There are many things about their lives that we may have skirted. The reason why I watch the GBE, listen to the GBE every day, is because it's a great educational forum with Garry Byrd. And today, Garry had a question about letter from a Birmingham jail, 1963. In fact, I believe it was April 16th. Maybe I might get a book, Garry, for giving the month and the date. Letter from a Birmingham jail. But what that really talked about was unjust laws. And both King and Malcolm had the same goals in mind. But their tactics were different. When Malcolm talked about civil rights and human rights, when King talked about just laws and unjust laws, they were talking about the same thing. They just had different consequences. Malcolm believed that if his rights were not respected, he had a right to self-defense. King believed that you should submit to your authority. But their goals were the same. Neither one of them believed in complying with unjust laws. And Malcolm talks about human rights rather than civil rights. And this posed a problem for white America. That right there posed a problem. And that's why Malcolm and Martin had to die. Because in order to be a ruler, you have to formulate rules. That's the essence of being a ruler. That's why they call it a ruler, because a ruler has the power and the ability to define and implement rules. And so when we look at global white supremacy, we have gone from a period of colonial rule to a period of constitutional rule. Listen. We have gone from a period of colonial rule to a period of constitutional rule. And that is why African countries are in sync today. Since 1965, that's the year that Malcolm was assassinated. Since 1965, 3/4 of the world's constitution were drafted. Since 1965. And they were drafted by white America. The Constitution of Zimbabwe, for example, was drafted by a Mr. Blumstein, professor at Rutgers University. Bangladesh was drafted by America. And you know what kind of shape Bangladesh is in today. Liberia Constitution was drafted by America. If you look at South Africa, they are making the same mistake. They are sitting down with these white supremacists, talking about drafting a constitution. You've been under the Constitution for about 128 years, and you haven't gone nowhere. Nowhere. And every time you get in trouble, you talk your constitutional rights. That's why you're in trouble, because of the Constitution. Always driving onto something that is in fact designed to oppress you. The strength of white people is in their ability to formulate and implement rules. That's their strength. Every rule that you live under in America is drafted by white folks. Every one. You can't name me a black rule that you live under. Every rule. Every rule that you live under. You are thoroughly enslaved. 100% enslaved because of rules. And so what happened? The Ford Foundation. All right, let's listen now, because we're going to go through this rather fast. You got to do some research when you leave here. The Ford Foundation went through Africa and set up law schools and trained Africans how to enforce the rules against their people. And this is why you won't see Hitler oppressing you no more. Negroes have been trained to oppress. Ford Foundation is one of those. The United Nations set of rules formulated by white folks. The Permanent Security Council members are all white except China. And China knows that it cannot afford to get out of line. And it's going along with everything that America has called for. Because they wrote the rules. They in Somalia tonight killing people under their rules. In Iraq tonight killing people under their rules. It is the rule that has embedded us. So why was Malcolm and King dangerous? Because they said ignore those rules. You can't beat somebody playing by their rules. You elect somebody to Congress, he gets in there and says, well, I'm going to wait 20 years before I get my seniority. Then I'll make my move. That's what the rules say. 19 years afterward, the Negro kills over. Mysterious death. And we've blown 20 years waiting on him to benefit from a rule. That's what's happening out here. Rules. One time somebody wrote an article and said, Maddox played by his own rules. You're mighty right. Anytime I got anybody out of jail, I had to set up my own rules. Play guerrilla warfare. You can't beat somebody with their rules. You can't go in the court and defend somebody with their rules. This is why Malcolm and King were dangerous. And when you read the letter from a Birmingham jail, King talks about being unwilling to live with unjust laws. Whatever you may think about King, you at least got to give him that. You at least got to give him that. And that's a big difference. White people have demonstrated by evidence, I'm not into a propaganda campaign tonight, that they are environmental predators. And that they engage in environmental terrorism and in environmental exploitation. If someone rewrote the history of whites on this planet, they would have to conclude that they were anti-nature. Anti-nature. In everything that they do, they are set on destroying nature. And it is for that reason that they have set up these spaceships so they can get out of here before everything goes up. Because at some point they plan to blow this bad boy up with us on it. Anybody that bring cattle and breed them and bring human beings and breed them is anti-nature. Anybody that tamper with reproduction systems is anti-nature. Anybody that destroys the environment, pollute the rivers, global warming is anti-nature. And they carry beasts that are anti-nature. The cow is the greatest animal on the world against nature. Soil erosion. That's how they killed the Native Americans. They introduced the cow to the West. And the cow grazed so much grass that the buffalo could not sustain themselves. And they brought them out there intentionally because the cow is a beast and is a weapon of white folks. And the buffalo died. Those that they couldn't kill could not sustain themselves because there was no grass. Because of the cow. So everything that we are looking at is conclusions, demonstrates that this man is anti-nature in every respect. This is why when Clarence Thomas was being considered for the Supreme Court, there was only one thing the white folks was concerned about in Clarence's life. It wasn't Anita Hill. It wasn't that white woman he's married to. The only thing the white folk were concerned about was his views on natural law. That's the only thing they were concerned about. What are your real views on natural law? What do you know natural law to mean? Because white folks are against nature. That's why they're against you. Because you are the greatest fertilizers in the world. Nobody fertilizes better than you. So you either got to be put in check or they got to come up with artificial fertilizers to replace you. That's what we're talking about. Just a few more brief things. We are having some real difficulties with Clinton. All right? The election of Bill Clinton was a Machiavellian move. How many of you are familiar with the book The Prince? Well, there's a passage in The Prince that was torn out for Bill Clinton. You see, Clinton was not of the noble class. Nobility rules the world. But sometimes the slaves of the world get restless when they see so much injustice and can be only pacified when somebody who is not noble is elected to office. Because then the slaves feel like they may have a shot too. And that's in the book The Prince. It talks about when times get so chaotic and the people get so restless, then you must move away from the noble class and elect somebody who is a peon in order to pacify the masses of people. And so in July of 1990, they held the presidential elections for America. Did y'all hear me? In July of 1990, they convened and elected the next president. Of course, is there anybody who believes that even by law that you can elect a president? Even by law it says you can't elect a president. All right? So there's nothing wrong with the slaveholders holding a meeting in July of 1990. The slaveholders are the bondholders. That meeting took place in July of 90. And they said that the S&L crisis and this junk bond mess and the leverage buyouts and all of this stuff that was making the rich richer and the poor poorer was causing problems among the masses. That we were making too much money and they were catching on to us. And they said that although Bush is a chameleon, the masses caught him changing colors. And he could be of no further use to the ruling class. And so they put him out then. That's the reason why Bush enticed Saddam Hussein to go into Kuwait in August of 1990. Because Bush was trying to make an end run around the rulers of the world and try to galvanize the masses of people and show the rulers that the people were still behind them. For a moment, it looked as though he was going to succeed. But the election was too far off. And the ruling class could not take a chance for 4 more years of Bush because of the possibilities of a revolution. And so as a result of that, this white cracker, this Dixiecrat from Arkansas, who had been chosen in 1963 as a potential presidential candidate. White folks are not like us. You are looking back to 1965 to try to figure out who killed Malcolm. White folks are already plotting 2050. That's a big difference. You cannot defeat somebody looking backwards when they're already plotting 2050. They already know, according to their methods, what you're going to be doing in 2050. Exactly how many of you will be here in 2050. If you want to undo your situation, you got to go to 2,100 right now and get ahead of them. If you are behind, you got to score more points. Am I right? In order to get ahead. So that's our predicament now. They're not looking backwards. They had already figured out 1992, in 1962. And they knew who was possibly going to be one of the candidates in 1992. And so they made it. They brought Hillary Clinton and Wild Bill Clinton together at Yale. Clinton normally couldn't have gone to Yale. He didn't have the background to be in Yale. Yale is an institution, a small institution at that, for the wealthy of the country. They don't bring no poor cracker like Bush into Yale unless they got a reason for it. Like Clinton. Unless they got a reason for it. They had a reason why they made him a Rhodes Scholar. Why they gave him those credentials. Why they sent him to Georgetown. They had a reason before it happened. Otherwise, he would have been down to Arkansas State Teachers College. We're talking about critical thinking now. You got to put 2 and 2 together and try to figure this out. But the American policy, people say, well, you know, it looks like Bush. It looks like Bush is out. And Clinton is going to be a different white man. I like all them appointments that he done made. All them black faces. Boy, I like that. Epsy, Ron Brown, Vernon Jordan, head of the transition team. I like all that. Today he was in church, in a black church for the first time in the history of America. That is bad news, brothers and sisters. That's bad news. That's a Machiavellian move. That means that we are getting ready to be the next dinner on that table. Let's get real. It's going to be worse than screwed this time. We wish we were just screwed. Ain't no more screwing. What is the difference between Jimmy Carter, George Bush, and Bill Clinton? Nothing but the last names. Nothing. Why? Because they all are committed to promoting white supremacy policies. Reason we don't discuss policy because we don't have any policy. What is our policy on trade? None. You talk about a trade deficit, we're it. 95 cents of every dollar leaves our community in 24 hours. You talk about an economic imbalance. We're it. What are we doing to correct our economic imbalance? Nothing. What kind of central banking system do we have? None. What kind of trade are we engaged in? None. What markets do we control? None. White folks just wrote in the Wall Street Journal, I believe it was December 31st, about how so glad they were that y'all was celebrating Kwanzaa. It's a big market that they intend to control. People go to war over trade. The only thing you're doing is buying your boys toy guns. And then when they get of age and realize it doesn't work, they want a real gun. And because their minds are bad, they start shooting the first thing they see, which is us. Because we're celebrating Christmas. And now they realize that we don't control this Kwanzaa market. And so Hallmark cards and J.C. Penney and all of these other Toys R Us and everybody else are getting ready to swoop down on us. And we have no trade associations, no organizations to defend ourselves. White folks commercialize everything. Women, anything. Madonnas all over the world creating a white culture. Got Negroes in Africa waiting to get to a white woman. One newspaper article said that, and this is one of the best lines I've heard, that Madonna looks like a whore and thinks like a pimp. Global white supremacy. Everybody in the world now beginning to speak English. A satanic language. Nobody who speaks English can liberate themselves. Nobody. Your submission to the satanic language alone colonizes your mind. Colonizes your mind. Global white supremacy. Every country now must submit and install English as a global racist language. And that's what it is. A racist language. So this whole thing, this whole process from culture to language to markets, all of it has been outlined to rules of law to keep them in check. And who are some of the culprits? One of them is the Trilateral Commission. Financed by the Rockefeller family. And who have been former members of the Trilateral Commission? Jimmy Carter, George Bush, and Bill Clinton. And you're talking about there's a difference between Clinton and Bush. You don't know anything about policy. One of the greatest things white folks taught me to do background checks. Y'all don't do no background check. If you pop up with Whitey, the first thing he does, we got to do a background check. But I do the same thing. I brought some of my evidence right here tonight after conducting background checks to see what we're dealing with. If you haven't done a background check, you shouldn't be discussing somebody. And so when you began to look at white supremacy and what strengthens white supremacy, think tanks. You know, Bush and Carter and Clinton and nobody is versatile enough to know every subject. We're the only ones that know everything and don't know nothing. Only thing we got to do is name a Negro a leader and we allow him to speak on everything. Everything. What do you think about that? Blah, blah, blah. What do you think about that? Blah, blah, blah. White folks deal differently. So when you begin to understand what are the policies of the Republicans, what are the policies of the Democrats, who shape their policies, you got to be able to identify the think tanks. Who shapes the Republican policy? The Hoover Institution, Stanford University, the Center for Strategic International Studies at Georgetown University, the Heritage Foundation, financed by the Coors family. And they also sponsored the Dr. M.L. King Parade in Atlanta this weekend. The Coors family, one of the most right-wing families in the world. The Hudson Institute, people like Alexander Haig and others have been a part of the Hudson Institute out in Indianapolis. They're trying to get Quayle to come out there now after he leaves office. You got to begin to understand who shapes their policy. The Democratic think tanks, the Brookings Institute, about all these crackers publications. The Brookings Review. Now, guess who among others is on the board of the trustees of the Brookings Institute? Now, this is supposed to be the granddaddy of think tanks. First, David Rockefeller Jr. Secondly, Donald E. Shalala. Whatever that witch's name is. Thirdly is Donald F. McHenry, UN ambassador, on the board of directors of Coca-Cola, one of the ruling multinational corporations in the world. The French farmers right now are destroying every Coca-Cola site in France because they want them to submit to GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, to destroy farming in France. America wants to be the world's breadbasket. and using food as a weapon. That's why Africa is starving today. Because all of the grain is controlled by American corporations. They tricked you, told you were too slick to be on the farm. Told you ought to be in the city. And y'all jumped on the first freight train you could get on, going north. We had 926,000 farms in the 1920s. Today we have less than 23,000. Acreage, we had more than 30 million acres of land in the 20s. Today we have less than 3 million. And nobody understands the science of agriculture in our community today. How many children do you know who study agricultural science? Nobody. So you are thoroughly at the mercy of crackers. And this is why they put Mac Epson in charge of agriculture. Every time they put a Negro in charge of an agency, we have 4 or 5 heads of housing. Then we don't have no homes. We're homeless. Now they got a Negro in agriculture. You won't get any food in the next few days. You'll be Somalia. You're looking at Somalia every night when you look at these pictures, because you look at yourself. That's why you're headed. Because you can't produce any food. Because you gave up the basic things that any people would never surrender. The ability to grow crops, but you were too slick. You had to be in New York. You had to be in Chicago, Philadelphia. You used to be the builder. You ain't building nothing now. White folks' propaganda beat you again. So it got you off these farms. George Washington Carver came down here right there. He beat all of us with a stick. What was the significance of George Washington Carver? It wasn't the fact that he made many uses out of peanuts. That wasn't the reason. George Washington Carver went to the crackers in the South and told them that the continuous planting of cotton is going to bring about soil erosion. He was one of the original environmentalists. White folks didn't understand that. And he said, use peanuts and let up off the soil so that the soil can continue to nurture itself. And he gave them all of those uses for the peanut. But you disband that. And the founder member of the Brookings Institute, this shows you why he's now prominent in the Clinton administration. Vernon Jordan sits on the board of trustees of the Brookings Institute. Now, what is interesting about all of these Negroes is that all of these Negroes were controlled by foundations. They brought them up. Vernon Jordan was brought up through the foundations. The Rockefeller Foundation brought him up. The Urban League and the NAACP financed by Rockefeller and Ford. When the Latinos, the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund, was set up in the late 60s, the Ford Foundation set it up for them. They said, you need a legal defense fund. Why? Because we can control the issues that you raise and make sure that you won't go nowhere that you shouldn't be. We don't need no more Malcolm X. We look at these foundations. Why do they like this woman marrying Wright Elderman? Not because she married to a white man, because she was brought up by the Rockefeller Foundation. They own the Children's Defense Fund. When I went to Haiti, what I found interesting was when we got to Miami, they looked at us like we had the bubonic plague. Haitians are not defining Haitian policy. Blacks are not defining Haitian policy. The Haiti Refugee Center, which is their legal arm, is owned by the Ford Foundation. That's why the Haitians are being sent back to Haiti, because white folks are setting policy for black folks. The one thing that blacks do not do in America is set policy. Black politicians is just like black athletes. They don't do them to run up and down the court. And at the appropriate time, they endorse a product. Negroes, politicians, well, I endorse Abrams. I endorse Cuomo. I endorse Andy Stein. That's the only role they have, the same as athletes. Should be in sneakers. We're not setting any policy at all. And so as we began to look at all of this, just in conclusion, the Progressive Policy Institute, Bill Clinton's think tank. If you want to find out what Bill Clinton really thinks, get their documents. That's what people do. We don't have a think tank. That's why we don't have any policy. That's why we try to have these programs at the Slave Theater to begin to move us in that area. We got to begin to formulate how to think critically and think analytically and how to bring together the information in order for us to make that decision. And so, as we conclude, this is the current issue of foreign affairs. They don't buy this, they don't have this in the hood. This is not sold in the hood. This document here, this magazine, is published by the Council on Foreign Relations. Current issue. And what they say is this: the primary problem in America and in the world is the population threat. Primary problem in the world. And they say that we must stem fertility rates and control migration. Council on Foreign Relations. That's what these crackers are talking about. And they say right in here that Clinton is their horse. This is Clinton's agenda. Global 2000. Formulated by the Carter administration. Still functioning in the Carter Center in Atlanta right now to destroy all non-white people. Global 2000. Financed by a guy by the name of Jack Stevens, who brought the Bank of Crooks and Criminals International to America. He was the main financial supporter of Bill Clinton. And BCCI has financed Global 2000. The Bank of Crooks and Criminals International. Has financed it. And the man that brought BCCI to America was the main fundraiser for Bill Clinton. These are Machiavellian moves that they are moving on you. Because they know your weaknesses. They know because of your lack of self-esteem, you want to see black faces in high places. And they are exploiting that. And then they have an article here about Colin Powell. He talks about how America must be able and prepared to move on minutes' notice. Must have what he calls a base force to move on anybody who is threatening American interests. Colin Powell. And so when we began to look at all of this, we got to get deeper into our thought process, into what is happening to us, and understand very clearly. And I end with a quote at the end of the population threat. This is the final words. He writes, "Hell is truth seen too late, duty neglected in its season." Let me read that again. Hell is truth seen too late, duty neglected in its season. What they're saying is that the time for the destruction of us is now. And that if they fail to carry out their duty in this season, they will be committed to hell. All right? This article was written by Michael Tenenbaum. So when we began to talk about global white supremacy, we're talking about a serious subject that can really be carried into a very long symposium in terms of our conditions and our predicament. And so as we look at that truth, we look at that quotation. You know why this quotation is so relevant? Because Malcolm warned us in season. But truth seen too late is hell. Duty neglected in its season. You got to act in season. See, you can't wait 20-something years and say, well, you know, Malcolm was right. It's too late for Malcolm. That's why you can't follow dead people, because you should have followed him then, in season. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn the house back over to Chief Imhotep, Garry Byrd.
In the tradition of our ancestors, I will first ask permission of my elders to speak, if they will just note this by hand, please. I'm experiencing a rather unusual thing in operating more and more in tradition. Occasionally I walk into a room and I am perfectly prepared to say that I will wait for permission from my elders to speak, and I turn out to be the oldest person in the room. It has happened on occasion. Now, I wouldn't admit that to Reverend Al Sharpton, but it does indeed occur. In the name of the ancestors in whose footsteps we walk and upon whose ideas we fly, I greet you. And I welcome you into, as Brother Alton Maddox has indicated, a symposium that really can go on and on and on and on, because the subject is that deep, this subject of global white supremacy. And I know that we had the inauguration today, or they had the inauguration today, and I know that there are some brothers and sisters who think that global white supremacy ended today when Bush stepped down. But my television set operates in color in my bedroom, and I have an old one that I keep that's in black and white. And Clinton and Gore look white on both sets. So I think we can presume and assume that global white supremacy is still in order here in these United States of America in spite of the election of Bill Clinton as president. They still look white to me. Last night, there was a party on television. I don't know how many of you saw it. You saw the party on Channel 4 last night? They had a presidential party. At one point, they had an R&B segment, and they had Chuck Berry and Little Richard. You know, and Chuck Berry's daughter was blowing the harmonica and the whole thing. And I said, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can get into this part. And as soon as I kind of got comfortable with it, they cut it off. I said, well, that's an accident. You know, how'd they do that? They cut that too quick. Then I saw Bill Cosby come up with the horn of Dizzy Gillespie. And he introduced some of the greatest jazz giants of all time. Illinois Jacquet, Herbie Hancock, a whole stage full, Wynton Marsalis. And they began to play, and I actually ran to one of my son's bedrooms because he plays trumpet, and I woke him up. I said, young blood, you got to wake up and come and check this out, because these are the legends about to blow. And so I got him in position, and then I said, now run downstairs and get me a drink, because I want to catch all these solos that they're going to move off into, because this is America's classical music that we are talking about here. America's only classical music that we are talking about here. So I run downstairs and I grabbed a drink and I ran back upstairs and the commercial was on. And I was puzzled. I said, well, now wait a minute. My house ain't that big. I went downstairs. That was 15 seconds. I came back up in 15. They just cut those brothers off like that. Brothers tell me they cut Illinois Jacquet's Flying Home Solo out. They just cut it out. Okay. They let Aretha sing one song. Barbara Streisand sang 3. She sang, the first signal that you had to how long she was going to sing is when you realized that they brought a teapot on stage for her to drink tea while she performed. Indication she gonna be here for a while. Remember, they cut off the classic R&B. They cut off the classic jazz. This is a presidential party, folks. And then something real strange happened. The Alvin Ailey Dance Theater was announced. I said, whoa, okay. I know they're gonna come with some roots. And they came out in front of 2 Southern white men and took it to the plantation with a buck dance. You had to stop. At one point I said, this is going to change somewhere in here and it's going to get serious. The chains are going to come out or something and they're going to make this thing relevant. And man, one brother looked like he had put some extra teeth in his mouth to do that kind of cheesy kind of grin thing. And when they finished, they bowed. Man, I was in shock. I said, what is this? They're celebrating Dixieland for real. This is real. Now, I remember when Reagan and Bush were elected. And I remember that I was down in Dallas, man. They sent us down to cover the Republican convention in Dallas. And I saw a sign that I never saw anywhere in the country. It said, Reagan, Bush, bringing America back. It's an interesting sign. Back to what? We found out. So now, somehow last night, I got the impression that we were about to go back in time. And some brothers and sisters don't know it. But see, what's happened is we went into a new phase. It's like time travel. We go back in time and forward in time at the same time. So somewhere on stage was a white child being held by a black man named Michael Jackson, and he was whiter than the child. He was whiter than a whole row of white people who was sitting in front of him. I'm not saying it to be funny. It's for real. He was whiter than the white people. And we act like it's normal. This brother did something to himself that we have never seen. We've seen it happen mentally. We have made that adjustment. He did it physically. His lips disappeared. He does not have lips anymore. It's like this. This requires surgery. The skin requires operations. At one point in Europe, Michael's nose was about to fall off. I'm not saying that for a joke. That's real. I was there. He was looking for a doctor because the nose had begun to cave in. Now, I don't know. And he got a lot of time to perform that night at the party. And everybody loved the whole performance, and he was talking about saving the world. And Michael, you got to save yourself. You got to save yourself. And we have a responsibility to save ourselves. Now, we look at the party last night, and as far as I could tell, Haitians still can't get into the party. Did you hear what I said? The Haitians still can't get into the party. They're still blocked out. The same president who said, when I am elected president, there will be no Haitian problem. What did the other president say? Read my lips. Now, when somebody tells you to read their lips, and you hear what they say, and then they don't do that, they have done a very interesting thing. They have told you that they don't believe that you can read. They said, read my lips. They can't read. They ain't worried about that. Let us be clear, folks. It's not taking an awful lot of time for us to see through this window, to see through this illusion. There is only reality. And we are still in a position where we have to understand that power concedes nothing without a demand. And there is only one thing that will defeat global white supremacy. One thing will defeat global white supremacy. a united African movement. Now, we have tried forced integration, assimilation. We have tried complacency. We've tried to say, well, maybe there's a way to get comfortable with this. You ever tried to like sleep in a car or something? And you say, there's some way I can do this, and you just never ever really work it out though. You're uncomfortable as long as you're in there trying to sleep. We have tried insanity. We have just went crazy and said, I'll just be crazy. That ain't worked either. We have even said, I'll be militant. I heard something amazing at one point when I was about to go to Ghana, because there were some people who were trying to usurp the current president, President Jerry Rawlings, who, from what I can tell, has a very progressive, forward-minded consciousness. I said, well, explain to me, to a brother from Ghana, what at least some of the opposition is. And he says, well, I can't speak about all of them. He said, but he named a couple who I'll leave nameless because they are. But he said, Byrd, he said, it's a different kind of thing. He said, it's like, militant Uncle Toms. See, we've dealt with Uncle Toms before, but we haven't made the adjustment to the fact that we even have militant Uncle Toms. Clarence Thomas is a militant Uncle Tom. And in the end, it's not going to work for him either. I'm trying to say now, we've tried everything. Brothers and sisters have moved in every kind of angle. We have been niggers. We have been coloreds. We have been mulattoes. We have been Negroes and blacks. Isn't it astounding that last night at that party that it took a Latino brother to walk to center stage and say, I am African first. Do you understand that you have never seen that scene take place on your screen on nationwide television? This has never happened. What's this brother's name? James what? Almost. Okay, James Almost. He's an actor. Well, okay. So we've done all these things, and we're still refusing to deal with this point, while we have questioned over these hundreds of years who or what we are. The Irish, the Italians, the Koreans, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians. I can't say the Jews. Do you know why? Because they are not an ethnic group. Did you hear what I just said? They are not an ethnic group. They practice a religion. We need to be clear that somehow we have allowed ourselves to be fooled into thinking that a group of particular Europeans who have adopted a religion are actually an ethnic group. So we may say Irish, Italians, Koreans, and Jews. No, you don't do that. That is a particular group of Europeans who are practicing a religion which originates in Africa and which is practiced in Asia and countries around the world. They are not an ethnic group. So we've seen all of these ethnic groups progress by creating a political, economic, and educational structure built around their own specific culture. They are not ashamed. That's why you can go to Little Italy. You can go to Chinatown. You can go to a Japanese restaurant, Korean restaurant. It's no problem. They take pride in their culture and they understand that that is where their liberation lies. When Japan was leveled, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, do you think that they came out of that by somehow looking at a white image of Jesus and asking him to save them? Are you a fool? That's why they have the House of the Rising Sun, because they went inside to their own God and they emerged victorious, and that God looks like them and that God operates in their own image. In Ghana, I came out of Abidjan and saw white Jesuses everywhere. Man, I saw Jesus so white that I thought they had created some new chemical to create whiteness, because I've never seen Jesus so white in my life. It was like you said, oh my God, how did they do that? And by the time I got to Ghana, I had seen Santa Claus in Abidjan. Now, as far as I know, it doesn't snow in West Africa. And this Santa Claus had his full outfit on and his beard and his whole thing, and I guess he was going to bring the reindeer down on the snow. What are we talking about here? What are these images? This is global white supremacy. We got to be clear about this. Isn't it interesting that it is only when we begin to beat the drums of our own culture that we become racist, radical, and anti-Semitic? What could possibly be wrong with wanting the best for your own people? Tell me what's wrong with that. Somebody tell me what's wrong with it. But yet somehow we're supposed to believe that we can be a better people, more humane, if we somehow engage in actions that ultimately only show hate and disrespect for ourselves, our people, and our ancestors. Somebody thinks that you are crazy. We talk about culture. I discovered something some time back that was created by Dr. Maulana Karenga. And a peculiar thing happened to me. It's like every year, Kwanzaa would come up, you know, and I'd be scrambling around like everybody, trying to get to Kanara and to get to this and get to that. And, you know, I started catching up with myself, and I did a couple of Kwanzaas, and I said, man, the feeling was so beautiful. 7 days of Kwanzaa, and then it was sort of like, okay, now, you out there now, here's the whole year. And after about 2 years of this, I said, I don't understand this. If these 7 principles and this practice works so well and brings your family so together over 7 days at the end of the year, why don't we do this every day? Why aren't we practicing these principles every day? Why aren't we teaching ourselves these principles every day? And hence I began a process of doing this every day on my radio show, as most of you know. Umoja is what? Excuse me? Excuse me? It's striving for, maintaining unity in the family, the community, the nation, and the race. Kujichagulia is what? Defining ourselves, naming ourselves, creating for ourselves, speaking for ourselves instead of being defined, named, created, and spoken for by others. Ujima is what? Say it with me. Collective work and responsibility. Building and maintaining our community together and making our sisters and brothers' problems our problems, and understanding that we can solve our problems together. Try and tell me that there's some problem that this whole room full of us can't solve. That's impossible. Ujamaa. Cooperative economics. Can I hear you? Building, maintaining our own stores, shops, and other businesses, and learning to profit from them together. Why not? Everybody else has come into your community and profited off you. Why can't we profit off of ourselves? This is simple, basic logic. Nia. Making our collective vocation the building and developing of our community in order to restore ourselves and our people to their traditional greatness. This greatness is not something new to our people. Our story does not begin with global white supremacy. So greatness isn't something new to our people. Greatness is the legacy of our people. Kuumba. Creativity. Now it says doing always as much as we can in every way that we can in order to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than when we inherited it. I know that most of you by now have seen the litany of inventions that brothers and sisters have invented over the years. I mean, it's all around you. It's lawnmowers, it's traffic lights. I mean, we can go from now we can go from now until midnight with nothing but inventions. But do you know how many companies have become rich off things that were created in the mind of the black man? What happens if we begin to apply that creativity to our own community to benefit ourselves? We're the most creative people on the planet. But we got to use the power of creativity for ourselves and for the development of our people. The principle of Imani. We always talk about this principle and say that it's the most important principle of all, and there are a lot of reasons for that. It's believing with all of our heart in our people, our parents, our teachers, our elders, our ancestors, and the righteousness and the victory of our struggle under God. Do you understand that if you don't believe you can win, you are already gone? It's lost. It's all over with. So when we talk about this battle that the brothers who are going to be speaking of tonight, and what you heard of Brother Attorney Maddox speak about, you've got to believe that you can win. If you don't believe you can defeat global white supremacy, then it will prevail. Have you ever been in an athletic situation and maybe you were dealing with some players and all of a sudden you realize that they thought that they couldn't win? It's over with. Game is done. Hey, you might as well not even play. Because you got to believe you can win in order to win. Think about those brothers and sisters who were in slavery. Take a look at those brothers who escaped from the plantation and who go north and get the guns. And then they're coming back. Now, the story that you hear from the media is that Lincoln freed the slaves. Okay? The story that you hear is all about how the, quote, North won the war. But I want you to be clear that when you start counting the 39 decisive battles that win for the North, and you will find African Americans at all of those battles. But what were those brothers going to do? This is our perspective issue, how we look at history, how we look at ourselves. They weren't going into the South to fight for the North. They were going to the South to free their families. This is the greatest story never told. They left, they went, they took the guns and freed the towns, and it's documented. What were they asking? Have you seen Thelma Jones? Have you seen Sister such and such? Have you seen it? Because they were going to liberate their families. These are our ancestors that we're talking about. This is what they did. We have to celebrate the victory. Now, brothers and sisters, I just came from an experience in which a lot of tradition has been laid on me. I came through an experience that was led into by an experience with one of our guests on stage who laid out the groundwork for me to go where I went. And when I went, and when I began to perceive the loss of tradition and culture that we have come to experience, my heart sank. You can only begin to experience what has happened to us when you recognize that here we are in this room. Who's sitting next to you? Somebody said it. Brothers and sisters. Have you touched? Have you shook each other's hand? Do it. That's the African tradition. Look at each other. White people have us in a position where we come and take a seat, and man, we looking straight ahead. Whoever that is next to me, I don't know what that is, that's whatever that is. It's not like that. One Africa, one family. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. You can't walk into a room in Ghana and not be introduced to everybody. Within 10 minutes, you've touched each other. You can't do that. We're a family. And we've lost some valuable traditions. But one of the things that I experienced in Ghana, and part of why we went for Panafest, to celebrate the re-emergence of African civilization. Now that's the re-emergence, because it's been here before, but it's re-emerging again. And it's re-emerging because there are brothers and sisters who have taken the time to find out about the diamonds in our own backyard. There's a story. An African had a farm, and he kept hearing about people who were going further down south on the continent and getting all these diamonds. And the stories were coming back about how rich everybody was getting and so forth. So finally he decided that he'll sell his farm and go looking for these diamonds. So he sold his farm and he split. He looked year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and it was 13 years. Didn't find a single diamond. He sat down one day on the beach, put his head down, and died. Meanwhile, back at his farm, which had been purchased, they were out digging in the back. They found this big old rock. I said, what is this thing? Guy took it, had it appraised. They said, where did you get this? He said, well, I got it from my backyard. He said, this is
one of the most valuable diamonds I have ever seen. Take me where this place is. When they took him, they reached in the ground. Man, the diamonds were everywhere. He became a very wealthy man immediately. Let's think back to the African who left home and went away for 13 years looking somewhere else for diamonds when the diamonds were in his own backyard. Now, I have come to understand the value of that metaphoric story in a very different and unique way. Sometimes it's not material or mineral wealth that we are talking about. Sometimes these diamonds reveal themselves in a way that isn't totally clear to us. In the context of tradition, as a king, as a chief, I will not go into certain territories and not stop to pay my respects to certain elders, to certain individuals, kings and whatnot, because they have earned that respect. We have come to the point where in that loss of tradition, we have lost the definition factor of what becomes a king or a queen or a chief or whatever. I want you to understand that I am no more king or chief than Attorney Alton Maddox is, right here at the Slave Theater. People get confused about what a king does and the responsibilities of a chief and what is a stool. What this brother is doing is what a king does. Diamonds in your own backyard. If I go to see a king and I go to his court and I see his village and I hear his particular rules and ideology and where he's leading his people, hence I give him a particular respect as being a king. Alton Maddox is a king. He is a king. In the African tradition, he is a king. Nana, for most people, means chief, because they hear my African name, Nana, Kwabena, Toku, and Pamazi. These are two names because I received installments in two different areas. But Nana means ancestor. That is what the word means. And the stool of the Akan, unlike any other level of ancestor worship that we see around the world, the stool is the vehicle for Nana to communicate with the ancestors. So that Nana, or the chief or king, becomes a person who is in touch with the ancestors and who reveals to us what the ancestors want us to do, what the ancestors are saying to us. We have some very, very special people in our experience. We have people who are in touch with the ancestors in a very special way that we experience sort of unofficially, and who begin to lead us out of the darkness of global white supremacy. And in many instances, we don't even know who they really are. It's like an African by the name of Jesus Christ who might put a African by the name of Jesus Christ. Make sure now, okay? Puts a cloak on and kind of walks into an area and he's dressed however he's dressed, and hey, man, people, if he walked in the church, they'd probably throw him out. But he can walk in and he can work his magic. He'll do what he does. Calls upon the power of God to do the things that have to be done. Well, okay. Okay, there's a place for us in our minds, mythologically, to work with that. But where we have our trouble, brothers and sisters, is that we have not yet learned to give, and I count myself in this, the greatest level of respect and the elevation of those living ancestors who are with us today as we speak. Dr. John Henrik Clarke is one of those ancestors. This is real. This is real. This is real. This is real. This is a brother who has a lot of choices, but who made a particular choice. This kind of choice is one that is spiritual as well as cultural and historical. And hence, we have to make sure that we give these particular ancestors, elders, nana, all the support that they need, and that we elevate them to their rightful place on the throne in our community. Now, when Dr. Clarke goes tonight into the story that he'll go into, the story of how we operate inside of this spectrum of global white supremacy, he'll reveal characters to us. And there's another brother who will begin to talk to us about where these characters are coming from. It's hard to understand your enemy if you don't understand where your enemy is coming from. Why the way they do? Why they move the way they do? What makes them tick, so to speak? As Brother Alton Maddox said, a background check. And when we talk about this area of psychology, this area of getting into the mind, it's not simply an intellectual exercise. It takes some other kind of going inside of yourself to call upon those ancestors who are there to give you the power of analysis that moves beyond Eurocentric training to take you into the depth of that particular character that you are talking about, whether it be the European or whether it be the African. We are blessed to have him with us tonight, Dr. Amos Wilson. The battle, as you heard tonight, in the world today is the battle to see who will control the resources of the African race. Those resources are intellectual. Those resources are mineral. Those resources are physical. Those resources are cultural. You heard Brother Alton Maddox speak. We generate, and I checked it today just to get the exact number, an estimated annual income of $294 billion. $294 billion. We go to more movies, watch more TV, drink more sodas, and ultimately dominate more product categories than we will ever represent by population. But what has happened? What has happened is that we still do not yet see ourselves. We don't see what Adam Clayton Powell talked about, that the power is in our hands. And we allow ourselves to be manipulated through the media to ultimately see only the worst of ourselves. WLIB is under target, myself in particular, principally because something happened that they didn't expect to occur. We became the tribal drum in the global village. And what has happened is that suddenly I can travel, and I travel around the world. And I'm shocked when I walk in to brothers and sisters anywhere I go, and I'll just be saying my name casually, say, oh yeah, GBE. GBE. What's happening, brother? How you know about this show? Oh, well, you know, I got the tapes. You know, my cousin goes to New York, and he brings the tapes back, and then we send them to here, and we send them to there. They didn't expect this to occur. And what has happened is communications is a major frontline battleground in global white supremacy. You are not supposed to look at the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Marcus Garvey in the same picture. You are not supposed to know that any of them had any relationship to each other or that they had anything positive to say about each other. And so you will miss all the quotes that Martin Luther King Jr. made concerning Marcus Messiah Garvey. You will not really note that towards the point of his death that Malcolm X and Martin were beginning to come together. You will miss it. You will miss the fact that Dr. Martin Luther King had a little bit more to say about life than the "I have a dream" speech. These are the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who talks about what black people have to do to come together. He says Negroes are almost instinctively cohesive. We band together readily, and against white hostility, we have an intense and wholesome loyalty to each other. In some of the simplest relationships, we will protect a brother even at a cost to ourselves. We are loath to be witnesses against each other when the white man seeks to divide us. We are acutely conscious of the need and sharply sensitive to the importance of defending our own. Solidarity is a reality in Negro life as it has always been among the oppressed. Sometimes, unfortunately, it is misapplied when we confuse high status with high character. There are already structured forces in the Negro community that can serve as the basis for building a powerful united front. The Negro Church, the Negro Press, the Negro fraternities and sororities, and the Negro professional associations. We must admit that these forces have never been given their full resources to the cause of Negro liberation. These are Dr. King's words. There are still too many Negro churches that are so absorbed in a future good over yonder that they condition their members to adjust to the present evils over here. Too many Negro newspapers have veered away from their traditional role as protest organs agitating for social change and have turned to the sensational and the conservative in place of the substantive and the militant. Too many Negro social and professional groups have degenerated into snobbishness and a preoccupation with frivolities and trivial activity. But the failures of the past must not be an excuse for the inaction of the present and the future. These groups must be mobilized and motivated. This form of group unity can do infinitely more to liberate the Negro than any action of individuals. We have been oppressed as a group, and we must overcome that oppression as a group. That's Dr. Martin Luther King. That's the King you don't hear on TV. That's the King you don't get on your radio station. We have to break it down, brothers and sisters, and we are certainly, as I say again, very fortunate to have two of the best in this particular issue to do it for us. Global white supremacy. Keep in mind a very simple thing. We can win if we believe we can win. Thank you.
Imhotep Garry Byrd. Imhotep Garry Byrd. Tonight. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's something. That is absolutely something. One of the things, though, when Garry mentioned the church, many of you know I grew up in the church, and I know all the ins and outs of the church. One thing I do know is that we are better to our preachers than we are to our elders, like Dr. Clarke, Amos, and Chief Imhotep, Garry Byrd, our elders. I'm the youngest person on the stage right now. I just want y'all to know that. Certainly, growing up in the church was amazing how anniversary come around, the conventions and all those things, how we had to take wheelbarrows of money out of the church. We never taken wheelbarrows of money out of the church at the slave theater yet. But we're going to do that tonight. We're going to take wheelbarrows out of church, primarily for a lot of reasons. One is, I beg lightly quite often here, but there are some times when I beg real hard. Now tonight, I'm going to beg hard, but I'm not going to beg long, because I want these brothers to get up here, and you know what we usually beg for. Big slave masters, before themselves. That's a warrior, someone who does that. And as a result of that, they've all been attacked. Am I right? All been attacked. Under attack right now, because they are warriors. Because they are warring for us. And it's a poor people that does not finance its warriors. It's a poor people that do not finance. That you have bad value. If you're going to give to anybody, I'm going to give it to my warriors first. I'm going to give it for somebody who stands up and fight for me first. They get the first dollar before anybody else. Am I right? That's your line of protection. So we have to begin to understand that there are some people who are willing to give up everything for their people. And they don't know what's coming around the corner. But warriors don't care. They don't care. And if Dr. Clarke had not been a warrior, he could have been somewhere safely at a think tank, giving white folks information about y'all, like Thomas Sowell is doing out at Stanford. All right? He could have easily done, Amos could have done the same thing. All right? Garry could have been a Leon Lewis. All right? All right? To give y'all something really to complain for. All right? Now, let's not assume that, the Garry going to be there for all times. You understand? Let's not assume that. All right? And Leon Lewis should definitely be scaring the daylights out of all of y'all. All right? I make no secret of the fact that I generally now do not turn the LIB until 10 o'clock. Myself. All right, it's too, and I say this, somebody might report me to LIB tomorrow, but I don't care. All right? I don't care, just like if LIB makes a move on Garry, they're going to hear from me first and foremost. And the reason why they're going to hear from me first and foremost is because I paid my dues at LIB. All right? That's why. That's why they're going to hear from me. Because I made white media come to LIB to cover the major cases of the 80s. All right? And where they wanted to know it. We didn't go anywhere else. Every press conference. I remember Howard Beach. Everybody wanted to know what Maddox was going to say. I didn't call a press conference anywhere but in front of Garry Byrd. That was 1986. And all white folks had to check in the GBE to get the news. So I paid my dues. So, if LIB want to fight, they'll get it from me. I pay hard. So I don't have to go in there bowing. All right, and I don't like what I see or hear. Because I love the station. You understand? I love the station, so I made my commitments. I didn't run the white media. White media had to run to us. We had other options. Negroes want to be in front of white folks downtown. I made white folks come to black media. They wanted to read about the Warner Bar. They had to read in the city song, You Trees Lead. They wanted to hear about it. They had to hear about it on LIB. That wasn't by accident. That was by design. I knew what I was doing. So I have a right. If Anybody has a right. And their rating went up. All right? Their rating went up. I got proof of that. I got all the logs. I collect evidence. So I don't have to go in and sit and saw it as well. Circulation went up. That's right. Circulation went up. So I don't have to, I paid my dues in this town. You know, and so I can go anywhere and say what I want to say. All right, and do as I please in this town. All right? Ain't nobody paid any bigger dues in this town than the man that you're looking at right now. And so, that's why it's important for us to, at times, come together and demonstrate support for those people who have stood for us, because I'm going to tell you, it's a lonely fight. And it's a hard fight. And a lot of times you go home and cry at night, because people really don't understand what you're really doing in order to make it better for our people. Really don't understand. You're willing to put everything on the line. That's what Garry's doing right now. That's why LIB is under attack, because what comes on at 10 o'clock in the morning. All right? That's right. That's what they do not like. Garry got the beat. He got the rhythm. New York marches to GBE. All right? That's what's going on. We'll have a revival here. I'm going to say one other thing. I was watching MC Hammer on HBO on Sunday before Garry's football game came on. All right? And Hilly and other people know this because they're authorities in music. But James was there with Hammer. And so they asked Hammer, why was it that James was so popular everybody had to beat? Because Hammer said, well, you know, James is on the first and the third instead of second and the fourth beat. That's what he said on HBO. All right, but that's what he said. All right, that's what he said. I got the tape to prove it, Hilly. I knew I was gonna get some objections from you when I said it. Cause I'm in music too. All right, I'm an all-star musician myself. Had scholarships to Florida A&M, and Tennessee State, and others for my musical ability. Unfortunately, in my school, they used to call me Beethoven. Unfortunately. That's before we got Afrocentric. All right, but that's how bad they thought I was. Okay? But in any event, what we want to do real quickly, we're going to do this real fast. This past Saturday, UAM held its annual membership festival, and at that time it is customary for us to give out awards to persons who have been outstanding in their service to the organization. Actually, it's an induction into UAM's Hall of Fame, because every year there are always new inductees. This past Saturday, we were pleased to honor Brother Bundy Najid, Sister Sarah Russell, and Brother Abdul Rahman Abdullah at the Cotton Club in Harlem for great work that they have done. Two of those persons have given so much to us in terms of the newsletters that we put together, the banquet, the convention, and all of those things. Brother Bundy, expert in computers, Sister Russell, does a great job of editing. And then there are two other brothers, Brother Abdul, and another brother who was not there, but real quickly we want to give him his award now. Let us give a big welcome to our fourth inductee, Alan D. Starks. And just very quickly, the United African Movement presents the Toussaint Louverture Award to Alan D. Starks for his inspiring spirit, exemplary compassion, and military genius for and on behalf of African people on the African continent and throughout the diaspora. Alton H. Maddox, Jr., Chairman, January 16, 1993. Let's give. It was a wonderful time. There are a lot of people here from really out of town. Those who do not live right in New York City, will you please stand? We just want to acknowledge all of you. Philadelphia as well. I reckon they think they belong here now. But we have a large contingent here from Philadelphia tonight. Today some people called from Albany, New York. And asked for directions. They said they're here tonight. And so we're certainly pleased to have you here at the Slave Theater. People have come as far as Delaware, Maryland. I think during Kwanzaa we had people from Ohio and other places coming here. It's a great thing for black people to be able to come together. And it's a very warm feeling and spirit. So a lot of times we do not know how blessed we are until somebody like a Leon Lewis comes around. All right, we really don't. We take a lot of that for granted. But we should not. We have to place great value on it. We can't lose it. We got to move ahead. And as I said before, what I want to do here at the Slave Theater is have this place so packed that it would be necessary for other groups to be able to do something every night of the week. And even on Wednesdays. Because if we got 2 million African people in this town, the enemy is not one organization against the next. The enemy is the television set. Because 1,999,000 Africans are somewhere else watching television. So you shouldn't be getting mad at each organization. Our common enemy is the TV. So if we want to blow up anything, we ought to be blowing up a TV station. You know, rather than talking about one group against the other. Am I right? 2 million Africans, the problem ain't my group or this group. It's the problem with white folks. We always get confused. Negroes competing against each other. When 1,999,000 Africans are at home watching television. So why are we competing against each other? That's foolish. Man, I don't like that group. He took some people away from me. Should have been over here tonight. No, we should be going in these homes and dragging them out. That's what the problem is. Problem is not these. We got to get properly defined to know who the enemy is. No black man or woman is my enemy. I don't call 911. If I got a problem, I'm going to deal it with you myself. Only people to call 911 is us. Only ones. Because we do not have any self-government to take care of our own problems. Crackers shouldn't be in the neighborhood. And they certainly should be getting no 911 calls. Come on, we want to make the police department better. The police shouldn't even be in the community. Talking about a civilian review board, there shouldn't be no police department in our community. It ain't one in the Hasidim community. They don't police nobody in the community but ours. Forget about a civilian complaint review board. Let's get rid of these crackers totally. And let's police ourselves. If you got to call crackers, you need to be beaten up. Now you do. People talk about I'm a nation. Well, form a nation. You can form a nation here. We can set up the institution before we go to these 5 states. Nobody got to get on 5 states first before you form a nation. We can be a nation now. Somebody get out of line, we can call court right now. We can set our own police department in. Not ask crackers for none of this. I'm not asking crackers for nothing. That's why you don't see me out here with all this crap no more. I'm not begging these crackers no more. Let's form our own government. Form our own police department. Form our own military. Form our own Secretary of State. Have our own ambassadors. Who can stop us from doing that? I don't have to go to no United Nations, ask no cracker for that. Am I right? Have our own government. People talk about the Jews. But no, Jews do not go and fight for America. There ain't no Jews in the military. All right? Because they have their own government. Right here. They got a government in Crown Heights. And Williamsburg. So let's form our government. Police come in that neighborhood, they whip them. For trespassing. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life begging crackers for nothing. I'm declaring myself free right now. And I'm going to act accordingly. Making no demands on these crackers. Who are they? In case we were selling the world. And you'll be asking them for something. This is madness. When y'all get ready to farm something, give me a call. I ain't marching nothing, nowhere no more. When y'all get sick and want to farm something, give me a call. When y'all get tired of marching and begging and pleading, then give me a call. I'm not going out there begging no crackers for nothing, including my license or their license. These crackers want to give it back, that's their problem. That's what happened now. 3 years. Well, why did he ask for it? Why would he demand it? It's your license, crackers. If these crackers took something that belonged to me, I'll be down there whipping butt. They ain't took nothing that belonged to me. Didn't belong to me. And I wasn't going to do what they wanted me to do with it. Crackers don't give you no license to protect the community. They give you a license to do in the community. I'm in better health right now. And I will run around these courts fighting for everybody. This is madness. I'm not begging, pleading, or nothing. When y'all get ready to form a government, give me a call. I'll write the Constitution. Just one final point, I'm through. This is for tomorrow night, and this is important. I'm going to be there, and I want everybody here to be in Midtown Manhattan tomorrow evening. All right? Garry Byrd, his installments. I want everybody. Who's coming? I'm going to give it in 1 minute. But for Garry, you should be there anytime. It don't make no difference. Yeah, Garry, what time is it? All right, 6:30. I was filibustering. I didn't see the time on here. And it's not on here. Otherwise, I would have given it to you. All right, but let's listen to this. This is very important. We all got to be out there tomorrow night. Everybody. Everybody. Because crackers are going to be counting tomorrow night. Y'all understand that? They're going to be counting tomorrow night. They're going to be somewhere with a ticker tape. Counting. Seeing how many will show up. If we don't show up tomorrow night, I can guarantee you in 2 weeks, Garry's going to be off the air. All right? That's how serious this is. This man is against nature and the truth. You got free speech as long as you're telling lies. Then you got free speech. You start telling the truth, you no longer have free speech. People say, well, why did they bust Jeffries and then bust Levin? Because Levin was lying and Jeffries was telling the truth. It had nothing to do with the color of their skin. It had something to do with the content of their character. Levin is a liar. Free speech protects lies. That's why Carter G. Wilson wrote The Miseducation of the Negro. That's all you get in this school is lies. But tomorrow night, Imhotep, Garry Byrd installment celebration. Brother Imhotep Garry Byrd was recently twice installed as an African chief in Ghana. A celebration to officially welcome him back from his historic installments will be held on Thursday, January 21st, 1993. The event will take place at Club Harambe, located at 127 West 43rd Street between 6th Avenue and Broadway. Brother Imhotep Garry Byrd will talk to us about the importance of this Ghana cultural experience. Exciting video highlights of the historic African trip will be shown and delicious cuisine will be available. John Imhotep Garry Byrd, come and share this important celebration. Make your reservation by calling 718-472-4677. I'm going to say that twice again. By that time, everybody should know it by memory. 718-472-4677. 718-472-4677. That is Owens Communications in Queens. Owens Communications in Queens will be giving you directions and information tomorrow. Call Owens Communications in Queens at that number. You can get out a phone directory if you don't have a pencil. But everybody knows when you come to the Slave Theater, two things you got to have in order to get in here. A pencil and a pad. In the future. All right, a pencil and a pad. So tomorrow night, this is serious. I'm telling you, this is serious. It makes a difference. Black people have begun to call the governor about the license and about Sharpton's case. And the governor is making phone calls now. All right? They are getting letters and they're making phone calls because he knows he has to run in 94. All right? I deal with it. All right? But that's important. So it's important tomorrow night. Can you imagine if everybody in the Slave Theater be down there tomorrow night? What signal that'll send to everybody? All right? All of us who do not like Leon Lewis should be there tomorrow night to make a point. All right? That's why I'm going. You can report it. You can report it in LIB tomorrow morning. I'm going to be there tomorrow night to protest. Because I do not like what I hear from 7 to 10 in the morning. And I don't care who likes it, who doesn't like it. Because I say what I mean and mean what I say. To anybody. All right, so tomorrow night, that's important. If we don't do nothing else, tomorrow night, please, 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 be at 127 West 43rd Street in Manhattan. And so now, you will not hear from me again. We get ready to get into some serious business now. Serious business. Let us again welcome the return of Chief Imhotep, Garry Byrd.
Brothers and sisters, without any further ado, may we rise and welcome our elder, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I have said on more than one occasion that for 500 years the world has been ruled by white nationalism. It was set in motion by a concept of a new world order. Anytime a European announces a new world order, you'd better run like hell or get your gun and shoot like hell. Anytime a German uses the word Reich, but give him some land, a secure burial ground for yourself. There are certain characteristics that came out of Europe that never manifested itself the same way in other people. I'm going to be talking about the present and looking back at the past at the same time, because the present is always the past and the past is always the present. History is always with us, and all history is a current event. Everything that ever happened continues to happen. Now, what set in motion that concept that led to global white supremacy? And how was it that the massive people in Asia, in Africa, in the South Sea Islands, let them pull away, let them pull over on them the greatest trick in human history, an inadequate group of human beings, juvenile delinquents with guns that should have been taken away from them in the first place and could have been taken away from them in the first place. They came out of Europe after they turned on themselves and created a dark age for themselves. Now, having exhausted their resources in the silliness of the crusade, in famines and plagues, they were hungry, cold, and evil. They had no sentimental attachment to any people, not even themselves. They were looking around for something to eat. And they developed maritime skill mostly through China. They used that skill to turn on the people who had preserved that skill, the Africans and the Arabs at the University of Salamanca in Spain. The sunrise of white supremacy globally is the 15th and the 16th century. Prior to that period, there was no white people, no black people, no brown people. You did not identify people based on color. There was no concept in the world that one people should prevail over another people because of someone's true faith. To say that I've got the true faith, that means all other faiths are false. And that's a hypocritical lie told in the name of God. But now, with the pressure of the European coming back into the Mediterranean, challenging the Africans and the Arabs who had been controlling it since 7/11, the area having been conquered for them by an African, Tariq bin Azad. Now, Spain got enough independence, though she was still under colonial rule, to begin to have colonial aspirations. When Spain and Portugal went to the Pope was the arbitrator of all disputes in the world of that day. And the Pope said to Spain and Portugal, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. White supremacy had been endorsed by the church. It would now set in motion the longest and the greatest act of genocide and the most tragic Holocaust in human history. They would drain the whole world of resources to recover from their own internal disputes. I am emphasizing this now because once more they have drained their resources to the point where they will go outside of Europe, create a rationale for the conquest of other people, the exploitation of the resources of other people to recover from the ways that they are responsible for. If you are naive enough to think that someone goes into Somalia for humanitarian reasons to feed some Africans, you are sick. There are whites starving all over this country. Hillbillies in the Kentucky mountains, all over this country, prostitution is an industry. If the white woman was so sacred, why are the pimps running this industry? And why has it always prevailed where they prevail? So if he was so humanity, if he got so much humanity, he got to spare some for the Africans. Why didn't he spare some for his own mother, his own sister? So who are you lying to? Now, because this caveman came out of Europe in fear, he had to destroy competition. And when they come on you, even today, they don't come by ones, they don't come by twos. You never hear but one man lynching one man. They are terribly insecure that those years in that ice took some humanity away from them, if indeed they started with any. Now, when they came out into this broader world, they had enslaved Europeans under the guise of feudalism, but that was slavery. And in the Children's Crusade, they had enslaved not only their children, but sold some of their own children to the infidel Arabs they were supposed to be fighting. And if we understood his mind at this juncture in history, instead of inviting him for dinner, treating him like a guest, you'd have killed him on sight. He had nothing but evil on his mind, and we fell into his trap because we believed he was a part of humanity. And we believe that if I'm a part of humanity, that all men are an extension of me and part of my humanity. The African tried to bring man in harmony with nature. The European defies nature. The African might go walk on the moon one day, but they're going to have a prayer meeting first. And if the gods say, not favorable, he's going to stay his behind on the ground. A spiritual human being works out a logical reason based on spirituality for the things he does. The European is guided by need and greed, and there are no thou shalt nots in his religion. He turns all things into a negative force. He would take some admissions of purity and honesty. He would extract 10 of the 42. He would call this the negative confession. It wasn't negative and wasn't confession. He would change the language around and said, thou shalt not. The African didn't say nothing about thou shalt not. He said, I have not. We were pleading. We were standing before our teachers, standing before our people, and said, I have not violated my neighbor's wife. I have not done thus and so. Now he takes and twists the language around and says, thou shalt not. It's a command. Now it's a command. Otherwise, it was a voluntary admission. That's distrust of other, in the mutilations of other people's spirituality. Because his own culture is so weak and not defendable, he has to mutilate the cultures of other people so his culture will have no competition. He has to colonize God. He has to colonize the image of God. He has to say, God looks like me. And he got you worshiping a picture painted by Michelangelo. He had to colonize history. If you think that there's something only current about this fight over who were the Egyptians, this fight over curricula, it's a life and death struggle. Because when we define who the Egyptians were, he's going to have to go back to his computer and rewrite his whole history. This child who wasn't born when Egypt flourished. You can't say, now, where did it come from? It couldn't have come from Europe because there was no Europe. It couldn't come from Western Asia because politically they wasn't functional. Then you have to ask yourself a question. Why would anybody build in someone else's country a civilization over and above anything they built in their own country? This is why they cannot. Look at the Nile River stretching 4,000 miles into the body of Africa. Now, just for the sake of conversation, let's just say that the Egyptians were white. Okay. That great labor supply came from the south. The technicians came from the south. Experimental pyramid building came from the south. 4,000 years of that and the biological necessity being what it is, could they still be white after 4,000 years? But they wasn't white in the first place. So we don't even need the hypotheses. But this whole thing over who were the Egyptians and who built the civilization of the Nile Valley, it plagues them because if they didn't do it, then they've told a lie straight across the board about our mind. And once we recapture our mind and realize that over half of human history was over before we knew a European was in the world, and we had functioning societies, then you're going to start nation building again. You're going to start with yourself. You're going to start with your community. You're going to start with the restoration of confidence and the restoration of image. When a people restore their confidence, they must restore that image of God as they originally conceived him or her to be. We had no problem with the her. That's somebody else's hang up. Now, when he adopted a belief system, all adopted from other people, he turned all organized religions into male chauvinist murder cults. We have not examined to what extent religions have been the handmaidens of conquerors, created by foreigners, bakers, and fools. Now, I'm not against anyone's spirituality or anyone's belief system. I am highly spiritual myself. I am against all of the charlatanism, all of the money changing that takes so much of your time and gives you back nothing of consequence. I'm against all of this misguided energy. It is a pacifier. And you need to go up to the point where you will not need this pacifier. He needed a justification for slavery. So his justification is these people have no soul. Now, if he believed in the religion he said he believed in it, he would not enslave you because you have no soul. He would have kindness and pity and some humility because you have no soul. If God is love and God is grace and God is kind, then to follow him is not to enslave, but to enhance those lesser than you, weaker than you. But he used his strength to confuse people and to weaken other people. And we bought it. We laughed at our gods. And each time we mount a revolution, it is dismantled from within and from without by images. And because we are forced in some way not to believe in ourselves, there is a wholeness that every person on this earth needs. And that is a concept of a place in the world, geography, that you can point to as a place of origin and feel proud about it whether you ever go there. That was my beginning. That was my home in the world. That was my mothership. Frederick Douglass, in his old age, once said, the Republican Party is the ship for the Negro. All else is the open sea. It's a ridiculous statement, but the symbols are good. I say Africa is our mothership. All else is a strange land. When you're out of it, you're away from home. The crisis in the global white supremacy today, the crisis that started soon after World War I, World War II, is that in the 15th and the 16th century, the European colonized most of the world. Europe was his home. Some enclaves outside of Europe, like the United States. There was a mulatto colony called continent called South America. The rest of the world was his servants' quarters. And what the world is facing right now is a revolt in the servants' quarters. The servant will not be restful in those quarters, wasn't too restful in the first place. The servant is looking for the state for the mind, the state for the soul, the state to house his culture, the state where he can be full man, a place in the world where he will not have to grapple and ask permission to live, where the manhood can flourish and the womanhood can flourish, where he can look at his child and take care of his child and be proud of the seed of a crop still to come. And once they take that away from you, you become dependent on him. You have lost the mothership. In this country, a nation within a nation searching for a nationality. This is why, under the impact of white supremacy, we want to be someplace we are loved. We want to be someplace we are wanted. And sometimes we get defensive. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American. Please accept me. I'm an American. Because you are conscious of the fact that you wasn't brought here to be given citizenship. You wasn't brought here to be in America. You were brought here to be labor. You became surplus. You're a floating nation, not wanted any place, not wanted in America, and no Africans ever invited you home. the strangest and the saddest and most complicated nation in all the world, floating in a sea of white supremacy. A child can't find his way back home. I'm saying there's only one solution for us, only one solution for the Caribbeans, and only one solution for Africa. Pan-African nationalism. I call it the essential selfishness of survival. It is the role of the teacher, it is the role of the preacher, it is the role of the thinker to ask and answer the question, how will my people live on this earth? First and foremost on my agenda, how will they be fed? How will they be educated? How will they be housed? In answering the question, in setting in motion the organizational structure that will bring that about and answer the question, I am rebuilding the concept of nation responsibility. And this is what we have to get back to. We have to think nation inside of our head and try to make it into a reality. And form a connection all over the world. And realize that the culture container for us is the restoration of the state. You do not have a single African state in Africa because they were all set up by global white supremacy. These states are too restrictive. The borders are artificial. The African did not live in little tight nation states. He lived in territorial states. 16 clusters of states living together, different religions, different belief systems. We have to get back to something that we designed with our own mind. We have to throw out that constitution and write new ones that fits our culture. He is afraid of women in power. We must stop. Because we created a society where women's place was different. Her role was different, but it was equal in importance. There were certain things that couldn't function without her. You couldn't think of a god without a goddess. You couldn't think of a king without a queen. It was a contradiction in kind. So you couldn't function otherwise. Rapidly, you're living in a society where they want to organize man doing without women and women doing without men. Now, what's going to happen to the family? And when you hear all of these rationales now intruding into our very school system, we hear all of the excuses about the alternative ways of practicing sex. I would ask a full-grown man, have you ever seen a fully undressed woman? And can you conceive of anything better than that? We become prisoners to other people's needs, other people's ideology. People impose own religions, things that came out of their culture. Then we are a little hesitant about discussing Christianity, and I've met very few Christian ministers who know the religion anyway, and I haven't met a Muslim who knows much about anything other than praise Allah. Religions can be powerful instruments for liberation. All religions are revolutionary in their potential. They don't have to retard the progress of people. I don't know a single black Muslim who would look, a black scholar who would look on the black side of Islam and see how it differs radically from the Arab side. I don't know a single one who will examine the invasion of West Africa in 1591 and the breaking up of those great independent states in West Africa that had lasted for 1,000 years. I don't know a single one who would acknowledge the fact, because the research is in from their scholars and from European scholars and from ours. The Arabs were in the slave trade before Islam. And there are such elements of Islam that they dare not admit. The first official act of the Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet still to come, was when in Arabia, if you had two girls and the third child was a girl, you were obliged to kill her. The Prophet's first official act was to defend the woman's right to keep her child. Then why in the hell have you formed a male chauvinist cultist religion in the name of a man whose first official act was in defense of women? He had asked Bilal, the African. He wanted Bilal to be his successor, the first caliph. Bilal refused. Then seeing these warring Arabs fighting among themselves, he went on back to Ethiopia. The other Ethiopian who assisted the Prophet, Zayd bin Harith, died in the wars against the Byzantines. Now what am I talking about? I'm talking, you don't understand white supremacy, you don't understand pseudo-white people and their supremacy and how they use this religion to enslave you. You don't understand why all you want to praise, all the praise is now being given. We've got people among us who think if you're not Islamic, you're somewhat less than the dog. I'm saying we can have dynamics in all religions without fighting among ourselves over something. And we don't have to tell this lie about this is the black man's true religion. If all the elements that went into the religions of the world came out of Nile Valley civilization, therefore all religions are the black man's true religion. Africans are being killed in the Sudan right now solely because they're not Muslim. Part of the fight in Somalia between African-oriented Muslims and Arab-oriented Muslims. No one's lifting a voice to say a single thing about it. We have to seriously study the invaders of Africa. Pseudo-white people and white people. Yes, read the destruction of black civilization. Read some of the books that came before. Sarah Johnson's book, The Colonization of Africa by Alien Races. And read Reginald Copeland's book, East Africa and Its Invaders. Read the Cambridge history of East Africa. You can weed out the racism among this, but you've got a whole lot of very good information. Now, how do I drive this home in as much as we are in more danger now than we were on the eve of the slave trade? How do I get it across people, we cannot afford the luxury of being separated based on denominations and religions. Else the enemy come and pick all of us off. How can I explain that I'm not asking you to leave any church or leave any religion? I'm asking you to convert all of them into an instrument of liberation or leave them alone. I have no proof of this, but I deeply believe it, and I have no time to kid anyone. I think AIDS was discovered and developed specifically to depopulate Africa. I think the Europeans want to take over Africa. I think a whole lot of people had something to do with it, including people complaining about their Holocaust being the only Holocaust in history. There have been many Holocausts in history. That little difficulty in Europe was small in comparison. In comparison to the Congo situation, it was very small. In comparison to the total destruction of the black population of not just a million, but Tasmania. Every man, woman, and child was destroyed. There's very little known literature on the destruction of the blacks of the Pacific. There's a book called Anatomy of Paradise. Not easy to get. Plenty of books on the rape of Africa. We need to read something about how the independent states of inner West Africa were destroyed by Muslims from the north, pseudo-whites. And the African ran to them, said, "We are your brothers, we're your kin." It didn't make a slight bit of difference. They'd turned that religion to the handmaiden of murderers. Many didn't believe it anyway. I think it can be, like all religions, can be a spiritual haven for mankind. I think all the religions of the world can come together. And in that together, in being together, they can send a message to the world. They have sway over, they can do it if they would dare to do it. But if you think one is better than the other, you are never going to do it. Being different one from the other doesn't make you better one from the other. I look at Ghana, a nation which is my home in Africa, where I went in 1958. It was the point nation in Africa. It was the example of the re-emergence of Africa. And I look at it today, a nation of Jesus freaks. Crippled. Look at Nigeria, nation of thieves. Zaire could have been a great industrial nation in the heart of Africa. Global white supremacy. Whites want to take over all the industry of the world, all the diamonds in the world. What must we think about if we're going to reclaim the state that I refer to as the mothership? We have to stop talking about nation time and take an inventory about everything that goes into the making of a nation. If you need an inventory, if you need an oceanographer, we should have 20 in training and 20 working. Always have someone in training to replace someone on the scene. Never be short of people that are needed to run a nation. Let's make deities, let's make something of nobility out of a man who could not only fix an elevator, but who can make one. Here's Joe Jones. He can make an elevator. Let's have a little parade for Joe and give him a dinner. Another one, he's a good supervisor. Kept all our streets clean and kept down diseases. And our children are healthy. We are healthy. Let's start patting common people on the back for doing ordinary great things. Whole lot of miseducated people won't take their nose out of the air long enough to fight for freedom. Or come out of their enslavement. Since the independence of Ghana, there have been 2 generations. They didn't deliver. Since the Supreme Court decision 1954, we've had 2 generations. They didn't deliver. And no one's going to deliver. In the Caribbean islands, the opportunity for federation, you're the majority. Haven't got a single state. Jamaica could have become a great island state. Hung up with color, caste, where am I there? Scottish uncle, British grandfather. Producer Marcus Garvey, about as un-African as any place can be. Barbados, little Barbados having tea at 4. Dealing. I'm saying we have to throw away all of this excess baggage we have picked up from our oppressor and be an African people again. We better draw our children close to us again. We must hug each other unashamedly again. We must ask questions again. White psychiatrists don't know what to do with our head when it gets mixed up. We're going to have to do it ourselves. We have to give our children assignments in life. These are the things we must do in order to survive as a people on this earth. You pick one of those and do it well. If you're nothing but a roofer, be a good one. Whatever you do, make a priesthood out of whatever you do. Since wandering from that sharecropper farm in Alabama to a place called Columbus, Georgia, and since discovering an essay by a Puerto Rican of African descent, Arthur Schomburg, called The Negro Digs Up His Past, since making a decision that I would teach history, since being a grammar school dropout who read 3 libraries of books and trained a generation of PhDs, my priesthood has been to leave a liberation message that can resound after the ancestors has called me home. Yeah. When we think about building the house of Africa, each one of us with good conscience should say what we have done to build that house and to maintain that house. I remember briefly my relationship to Malcolm, and I thought about this during the film and before the film and after I saw the film and didn't see the Malcolm that I knew personally in that film. I thought about the dialogue that I had that first year after his death, almost like he was creeping in the room. The same thing when I had a stroke in '82, and my great-grandmother, who was a deity in my life and still is, kept sitting by the bed, and each time I reached out for her, my hands could go through it, but never touch. And after a while, she just walked away. I remember something almost humorously there in the darkness, grappling to get my body back together. Never saw Grandma when she didn't have a black dress. Grandma, black dress and that cane. Now, in looking back at people who planted so much in my mind, I believe deeply in meditation. I don't believe in prayer because it's a waste of time. So sometime in my meditation, I look back at the great messengers of our lives. We missed the point in looking at Booker T. Washington. We took away the wrong thing, and we missed the real point. We missed the point looking at Du Bois. Du Bois was a towering intellect and gave us a lot. He was an impossible snob also. Still the major intellect we produced in the Western world. Then when I look at my readings of the monumental works around Garvey and who came at a certain time in the history, that's another messenger. We need to go back. All these messengers were trying to show us a way to avoid the worst aspect of global white supremacy. Booker T. Washington said, if you live in a brick house, own a brick yard. Wear leather shoes, tan leather, make your own shoes. Du Bois said political consolidation, bring it all together politically and make it work. One wasn't contradicting the other. Then Marcus Garvey dreamed a bigger dream that encompassed all the going on before. Back to Africa, go back in the mind. Then Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, concept of a nation away from home. We need to look at it politically, look at it sanely. Every religion has its mythology. You can forget about the mad scientist named Yakut and all of that. But look at Elijah Muhammad's achievement. He didn't steal anyone from the big church or the little church. They wasn't there. He took the people who were floating around searching for a leadership, searching for anchorage, searching for their social moorings, had lost confidence in themselves. He made them live again, made them whole again, make them feel like they were part of something. Now to conclude, that last year thinking of my own relationship to Malcolm that I didn't say very much about public, mainly because so many phonies were showing up talking about they were friends of Malcolm. I decided to keep quiet. In that beautiful conversation between us, there wasn't a conversation. In a silent room. Well, what am I to do? What can I do? Then the words without words coming back to me. Do your best work. I decided I would rededicate myself to a total fight against the concept that any person on this earth have done anything so good that they have a right to rob and steal and mutilate and rape another people. And that I was further committed to the fight. Global white supremacy. I would destroy it wherever I could, however I could. I would not become a Muslim, and I would not even go back to the Baptist church where I grew up. I would become a deeply and a very spiritual person. And the liberation of my people would become my priesthood. I would seek the truth about their history and their future. And that would be my mission. And that would also be such legacy as I will humbly leave when I am no more.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke, brothers and sisters. Let's give it up. Once again, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Come on. We're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. Quick notes. Immediately for those of you who I'm sure may have heard a little bit about this but didn't know that it was actually scheduled to be released. September of 1992, this book was released called John Henrik Clarke, The Early Years. How many of you here already have this book? How many of you are going to get this book? That's what we want to hear. Exactly. John Henrik Clarke, The Early Years. Hardcover is $20. The soft cover is $10. Make sure that you get it. This is an important part of our legacy to pass on through our extended family and certainly to our children. A quick announcement before we move on. Professor Derek Bell is going to be appearing at the Slave Theater next Wednesday. That is Professor Derek Bell, who will be here next Wednesday at the Slave. Well, it's time for us to get into the mind. Time for us to take a deep journey. Everybody talks about how deep outer space is. You see all these different television programs that are coming on now. Every time you turn the channel, there's a new program about going into outer space. But the deepest trip of all is not outer space, it's inner space. And the brother who's about to come up right now is an expert navigator to take us into deep inner space. May we welcome Professor Amos Wilson to the Slave.
Thank you kindly. Thank you very much for your warm welcome, and it's always a pleasure to spend some time with you. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to take much of your time, and I know what I will invite you, those of you who can make it out to New Jersey. There's someone here from African Echoes. Brother Stedman, am I scheduled there Sunday? Right, Sunday afternoon. Location again. The location? St. Mark's Church, South Orange Avenue North. Time. Okay. 4? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. I'll be there. I will talk there a bit about the relationship between culture and identity. And I'll expand a bit on something I mentioned here a couple of weeks ago about the role of identity and what identity is about. Some of you heard me mention the fact that personality and identity are not only psychological concepts, but more than anything else, personality and identity are political, economic concepts. And it's very important that we come to understand this, because it is through our identity that we will achieve our liberation as people. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the psychology of identity and what that was about as well, the psychology of taste. I was asked by Monk to announce that the books that we publish are on sale in the back. I'm always a little awkward when it comes to announcing the selling of books, even though in a way I should not be, because I gain no personal income whatsoever from the sales of our books. The major purpose being to establish a means of communicating the necessary information to our people. And so that all of the money from sales of books go into the establishment of the African World Info Systems, so that we can have a strong publishing house that not only publishes in terms of books, but uses all forms and types of information in this information age to advance the interests of our people. I'm going to talk briefly about the crisis of white supremacy. And white supremacy is in crisis. We've been talking about it for the past 3 lectures. It is very important for us to recognize that white supremacy is facing a major crisis. Its life is on the line. However, in many ways, that makes it more dangerous to us. And it endangers our survival as a people. We've looked at the black world that white supremacy made, and it is still with us. The world that it segmented, the world of dependency that it created, the diaspora of African people that it left in its wake. I want to indicate then this evening that that diaspora, though, can be made to work for us. I would like to start this off a bit by quoting to a degree Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, to give us some idea of the legacy of white supremacy. He states that very few undeveloped countries are lacking in natural resources which go into the making of a better life. It can be shown that the underdeveloped countries are the ones with the greatest wealth of natural resources, and yet the poorest in terms of goods and services, which they presently provide by and for their citizens. And of course, I've made reference to this many, many times, in that in order for this white supremacy to rule the way it does over the world, we literally have to be turned backwards, upside down, and inside out. Because you look at the circumstances in which we exist as people, we would have to be, as I've so often said, out of our minds. To live in countries of such natural resources and wealth and yet to be perceived as starving people. Something has to be amiss, and our mentality would have to have been twisted and in some way turned to the service of our oppressors. Walter Wright indicates that even the goods and services which are produced inside Africa and which remain in Africa nevertheless fall into the hands of non-Africans. And this is the situation we face today. We have some people foolish enough to talk about nationalized citizens. They're still non-Africans. I don't care how long the Lebanese have inhabited Africa or any other group. They cannot be at the table before the indigenous African people sit there. No amount of naturalization requires that African people sit behind other people in their own nations and countries. And yet we have this situation today when Africa is not exporting her wealth to others. She is still turning over her wealth to those inside of her nations. So we have a paradox in underdevelopment. And that paradox, of course, is the fact that the richest countries in natural resources are the poorest in wealth in terms of their people. And we must know that this is the result of global white supremacy, because this is the result of the relationship of exploitation generated by this global system. This system is founded on unequal trade, but more than that, it is founded on the ownership of the means of production by non-African people. The legacy of white supremacy has been the international division of labor, segmented labor and financial markets, dependency and underdevelopment. This is the world that white supremacy has made for black people in today. And these legacies themselves are the legacies of European imperialism represented as the slave trade, colonial and neo-colonial imperialism, the infrastructural forerunners of white supremacy. As Arthur Young in his Imperialism and Dependency stated, this supremacy is represented by the white-dominated world economic market, which promotes the expansion of development and general well-being of Europeans and white Americans, as it tends to limit the development and well-being of Africans and Africans in America and in the Americas. As I've stated time and time again, you cannot be oppressed, you cannot be dominated and operate in your own best interest. There are those who think that we can leave the European in control of this world and in control of our lives, and that we can then operate in our own best interest. That defies the very definition of domination. For if there is domination, then you're dominated to work for the interest of those who dominate you. Therefore, we cannot be dominated. We cannot be controlled. And whites or any other ethnic group cannot be supreme in the world over African people. And African people do the best things for and by themselves. The internal development of Africa and the African communities in the diaspora have been severely curtailed and conditioned by the needs of the dominant European white American economies within the international economy. We're going to talk a bit about that and how that is represented psychologically in what we call our personalities, in what we call our identities, in what we call our tastes and desires. The international system is not merely economic, it is a system of power relations. a system of power relations underwritten, rationalized, and justified with a set of ideas, beliefs, and values called ideology. We must look now at this situation of white supremacy in crisis. And if you'll go now to Barnes and Nobles and to other large publishing and printing houses, you will see many a book trying to figure out how the supremacist white economic system is to salvage itself. One of the writers who concerns himself with this, by the name of Atty, wrote a book called Millennium, The Winners and Losers in the Coming World Order. In assessing who would be the winners and losers, he argues that each of the emerging economic power spheres in the world, the United States, Western Europe, Japan, and so forth, has a periphery, that each sphere will continue to extract profits from its periphery. I've told you many times of what I call the European constants, that no matter how things appear to change, they basically remain the same in terms of the relationship of Europeans to African people. There is never any intention for the Europeans to turn us loose and to make us equal to themselves through their own volition. And everything they do, whether it looks like progress or not, ultimately is done to maintain the constancy of domination of African people by Europeans. I don't care how it looks. Some of you heard me the other day when someone was remarking about Colin Powell, and we are so easily deceived. And yet a brief reading of history, Chancellor Williams talking about the Arabized African armies, or the reading of the history of the Byzantine Empire, will quickly awaken us to the fact that generals have led major armies in the world, that slave generals have led major armies in the world, and that major armies were often slave armies as well. So the idea then that you have a black man who is the so-called chief of staff, joint chief of staff, has absolutely no meaning whatsoever, except that a slave now is leading his master's armies. It is not an African army. It is an army organized to maintain the European domination of African people. And it is interesting that they did not appoint a black man to head their armies when they were fighting among themselves. But they bring him now when the major fights will be against black people. And as you pointed out earlier in this piece, he is using his mind to plot and scheme and tell the Europeans the ways and means by which they will maintain their domination of non-white people. This is the essence of a slave general leading a slave army. So the intention is that the periphery, the non-European nations, will still be used and sapped of their energies and creativities by the European. Atty then assesses what each sphere or what each periphery would contribute to each sphere. He states each sphere will continue to extract profits from its periphery, made up of a group of underdeveloped nations. The periphery of the Pacific sphere is infinitely more promising than the European sphere. Of course, we're referring to Africa. In other words, the Japanese will be able to extract more out of Malaysia and Singapore and the Philippines and Indonesia and the others than the Europeans will be able to extract from Africa. And this then will aid their fight, their economic struggle for supremacy in the world. And this is one of the things that has put white supremacy then in crisis, is because another center of power is developing with this periphery to challenge the supremacy of Europeans in the world. And yet we can't take comfort in that. I will argue that the Asians will be even more vicious than the Europeans. We cannot applaud them merely because they are slightly less white than the Europeans. He goes on to state unabashedly, Europe's periphery, Africa, is a lost continent. It is one of the last places on earth in which famine persists. The terrible facts of having fallen into an economic black hole speak for themselves. Since 1970, Africa's share of the world's markets have been reduced by half. Its debt has been multiplied by 20 and now equals its total gross product. Income per capita in sub-Saharan Africa has fallen by 1/4 since 1987. Falling exports and investments, coupled with aging machinery and equipment left over from colonial rule, guarantees the economic plight will only grow worse. The most probable future for Africa is tragic. It will be the only region on the whole planet that is entirely excluded from abundance. There is a single possible exception. With enormous luck and skill, South Africa may well emerge relatively unscathed from this fate. This is the view of the supremacists, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the view not only held about Africa in the world. This is a view that's held of African people in the Americas as well, and in this United States. Because we as African people, whether we want to admit it or not, are still one world. Just as we find a segmented labor market and economic market in Africa, we find it in America. Some of you had a chance to see the series on Channel 13 about oil called The Prize. And if you didn't see it, I think you should look at it. It's very instructive. It would just disabuse you of a lot of the stupidity that has been inculcated in us in terms of American ideology of the free market and the open market. And yet you see there from Rockefeller right through the rest of these greedy people that there's no such thing as a free market. There never has been, and there never will be. There's no such thing as an open market. And certainly when we look at the experience of African people in the world, we have never been a part of a free market in America. We got some people around here calling themselves motivators, trying to make you think that you can be whatever you want to be by yourself alone. That's not the way the world operates. You can only be what you can be within a social system, within an organized economic structure. You cannot be anything by yourself alone. Imagine yourself in the total universe alone, telling yourself you can be what you want to be. Why would you want to be it? What would it mean to be it? It only takes meaning within a social structure relative to other people, relative to a system of other people. This is the ideology of individualism that is used to maintain the division of African people, making them pursue their own selfish ends, ends that can only destroy African people themselves and can only perpetuate their oppression by others who are organized into social systems. The black man in America and in the world economy has always existed in a segmented labor market. Slavery is a segmented labor market. It is cut off from the other types of labor that exist in a nation. When you talk about being segregated and discriminated against in terms of labor, you're in a segmented labor market. You're not in a free labor market. If you were in a free labor market, then you could compete in terms of your talents and your possibilities. But when someone looks at the color of your skin and forbids your employment or pays you a lower price or discriminates against you in any form and fashion, you are not in a free market or an open market. You are in a segmented market, a secondary market. And this has been the case. I say that and we don't have time to elaborate on this. We have to understand this. I'm going to publish a book here called The Psychoeconomics of Black-on-Black Violence. I want to deal with the economics here. We got to understand that, you see. Because you see, we sit in our neighborhoods and let other people sap up our economic wealth because we've been indoctrinated with something called a free market. That people are free to invest wherever they feel like it. And yet you cannot invest where you feel like it. And we have a secondary market here then. In fact, African people in America do not even belong to the United States economy. We're at best working aliens. We are not even a part of this nation. There is only one nation on this continent, and that is the white nation. And it does not take long to see it. You're not a part of its government. You do not make its laws and make its rules. You hardly own 2% of the economy. We come in and we work for it and we leave at 5 o'clock and we are outside of it. In fact, we are farther outside of the American economic system than are immigrants, such as the Koreans and other people. And we have to come to recognize that, ladies and gentlemen. Because if you don't, you see, in the name of free enterprise and all this other stuff, you'll let yourself be robbed. But not only will you let yourself be robbed, you will set up a situation where you begin to rob yourself. A good deal of the so-called black-on-black violence in our communities today is the result of the segmenting of the marketplace by Europeans. The deindustrializing of our city centers, the legal deindustrializing of the so-called inner cities. We help to pay for the movement of factories right out of these cities when we so carelessly put our monies in these white banks, which were then used to finance the movement of our jobs out into the suburbs. And after that, we finance now their movements out of the country as a whole. We put our money so foolishly in these white banks until the money financed the highways to the suburbs, while we could not finance our own housing within these cities. Our monies financed the factories and financed the housing of people as well, all in the name of law, all in the names of rules laid down by others. And I'm so happy you mentioned here this evening the idea of law. And I mentioned to you a week or so ago that laws are nothing sacred. There's nothing sacred about laws. I have pointed out to you before that the greatest danger to the African American community is the law-abiding black person. Yes. The greatest danger to the African American community is the good black person. Oh yes. We'll have time to explain that to you maybe Sunday. Don't have time tonight. The one who spends their money with Asians and feel good about it and feel as if they are expressing Christian love because they are not discriminating. And they only feel as if they're discriminating when they guiltily spend money with themselves. Yes. Those good ones who say, I don't see color, as they march their monies to all other people but their children. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that even what is good and what you think of as good is in the service of European domination. I told you a week or so ago, it is not enough to be good. It is not enough to follow the law. You must ask, in what way does this good serve you as against me? And I have told you before that the law is nothing but one group making a rule to protect its interests against another group. That's all it is. And the capacity of one group then to enforce that rule. And therefore, in obeying the laws of other people, you are not being good. You are just supporting your own domination. That's all it is. And so you cannot brag about being law-abiding and good when the laws have been made by your enemies and the good has been defined by your oppressors. But what did I say? We have to be backwards in this world, don't we? We have to feel good. We have to feel good when we are destroying ourselves and feel bad when we're advancing our interests. And in our good feeling and following the law and in our believing that we are operating in a free market system, we have created a nightmare for our youth. And we talk so much about our youths until we forget that the youths did not make this world they are in. This world that our youth inhabit today was made by us and made by adults. If we gave them a different world to live in, they would behave differently. But when you make jobs for Koreans and make jobs for every other ethnic group but your own, when you let other ethnic groups ship out all of your wealth, when you let the only growth industry in your community become the selling of crack, then you will be killed by your youth. And you'll be terrorized by your youth. These youth are not crazy. These youth are not unusual. They're responding to economic imperatives. When you've let then another people take every industry and every job, the youth become very creative. And they decide then that they're going to figure out a way to get funds within the community. When you let them be fed these ideas of what it means to be a man or a woman, is as defining themselves in terms of what they wear, buying the most expensive junk and garbage produced by other people. And when you then promote this kind of value system and this kind of behavior system, and yet you will not produce for those appetites and those desires, then they will turn around upon you and eat you alive. It is not unusual. Men have always struggled over scarce resources. And resources have been made scarce in our community. And the only pot of gold has been the selling of drugs. And when you have a gold mine, men will go to war over it. Yes, it's not a mystery. And when they go to war over it, they will shoot and kill, and they will destroy bystanders. Nothing unusual about that. Look at the millions and millions of people who were destroyed. Look at the millions of bystanders who were destroyed as the Europeans struggled over gold, when they struggled over markets, and people who got caught in the crossfires. Yet, you see, if we forget the history of these people, we will be too quick to condemn our youth and forget the role that we play in the life that they lead. Speaking of law, United States law is one of the greatest sources of violence in the black community today. Yes, there are some people who think that drive-by shootings were invented by black youngsters in the 80s. Yes, they think an interest in automatic weaponry was invented by black youngsters in the 80s and 90s. But as I've told you before, you sit in front of your TV year after year after year, and you watched The Untouchables, and you saw drive-by shootings, Valentine's Day Massacre. Have you ever heard of the Tommy gun? Then how can we say that the black youth are the first ones to exhibit an interest in automatic weaponry, when these people shot innocent bystanders and themselves with this weaponry? And what was the major reason? Because of the configuration of the United States law and its prohibition on a drug called alcohol, which enhanced then the value of that drug and created an industry called smuggling and made it then worth fighting for. And people fought for it using the latest in weapons technology. The U.S. law, ladies and gentlemen, the law itself. And we can follow, if we had time, many other laws that are responsible for creating the black community that we talk about here today. Yes. And on top of looking at the law, you have to look at ecology and how the very structure and physical dynamics of the African American community, with this isolation from the rest of the American system, creates a crucible so that our youth fire at each other and kill each other. Yet we know that there are many more white drug addicts than there are blacks. And we know that there are many more white drug addicts who buy the products from our youth. But because they live in an ecological situation called the suburbs, and because the law is configured in such a way that if a black man stood in the midst of these neighborhoods, he would be immediately dispatched. We have a law enforcement system then that literally herds our young men into a confined space we call the ghettos. And they fight and fire at each other and terrorize our community. And yet we damn these youngsters without looking at how the whole organization of the country is set up to destroy them and us together. And there is a parallel situation, ladies and gentlemen, in the world. A world organized according to European rules and laws and trade agreements, such that, again, the African nations spend too much time fighting each other, are locked and isolated out of the world economy. And yet, again, we want to look at the so-called minds of Africans as the source of their problem, when the major source of their problem, of course, is white supremacy. You are not going to solve any problem by being what you want to be as long as you leave Europeans in control of this world. It is not possible. I will finish here. The crisis of white supremacy, it's in crisis for a lot of reasons. Of course, one of the major reasons it's in crisis is because it has expended its monies and energies in trying to maintain its global system. And its investments in its economy has been so distorted by what we call a permanent war economy, because it has to spend something like $50 billion or more a day to maintain its warships across the world. It has taken its best scientists, it has taken its best technologies and invested them in the military, and therefore destroyed its civilian economic system. And the very nation then that it thought it defeated in World War II, Japan, not investing in its economic, not investing in a military system, has come now to challenge the supremacy of the United States as well as that of Europe. We have also had a country here that is terribly mismanaged. And it's amazing how many of us go to these white schools and universities to get masters in business administration and think that we have made it in the world, and yet cannot look and see what is happening to the economy of this nation, and have not recognized the degree to which these white boys have mismanaged this nation as a whole. And yet we think that we have a great deal to learn from them. We were deceived, of course, at first by them telling us that their supremacy in the world, it was due to their organizational genius and due to their managerial skills. And yet we forgot that before the managerial skills and organizational skills came into being, she fought and killed and murdered and raped and robbed and stole land. And then she developed a managerial system to distribute the booty that she'd taken from other nations. So if you think that you are going to achieve parity with Europeans by learning more about management, you are seriously wrong, because no nation has achieved economic supremacy in this world by management skills alone. At some point, it has involved a confrontation with other people. And unless you're prepared for confrontation, in protecting your wealth and ultimately in taking the wealth of others, let's be serious. I know it sounds hard to a religious people. But when you put yourself first, there are times you will have to take to live. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, or just choose to die quietly in the byways. These people have mismanaged this economy so badly, their greed has overrun them so badly, until what we call foreign competition is really not that foreign at all. Because what we will see is that the United States has invested in the last couple of decades well over $450 billion in other nations. You out there who still have your faith, in higher education. Well, let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. America suffers from a surplus of higher educated people. In fact, if you read the latest statistics, America today has 35% more college graduates than it will need up until the year about 2030. But they don't want to let you know that yet. The whole idea that we need more skilled workers in America and highly skilled workers in America is a hoax. How can you believe this when GM tells you it's laying off 74,000 people? How can you believe this when Kodak is laying off thousands of people? IBM is laying off what? Thousands of people. And one company after another is laying off what? Thousands of people. And yet you want to believe in this mythology that getting a degree and getting some higher level of education means that there's a job out there waiting for you. You're out of your minds. And if you believe in true and free competition, then you must recognize this, that simply because you get a degree and you get a high skill doesn't mean then that you can reach and pull the apple from the tree. Because competition means what? That there's somebody else out there reaching for the same apple. They don't stand back simply because you got a degree and say you can have it, because they're going to say what? I got one too. And therefore there will be groups who, despite your skills, who despite your education, will still operate to block you from achieving your ends. You have to understand what is going on in this world. But you must also understand that there are countries out there, Indonesia, India, Malaysia, many other countries who have high skills now. And therefore the United States is not just shipping out low skills jobs, but they recognize now that they can ship out the jobs with the highest skills. Not only then are the highest skills jobs being shipped to other nations. Do you recognize, ladies and gentlemen, that you can now hire a top flight Russian physicist for $20 a month? Yes. $20 a month will buy you the top Russian physicist today. And you think getting a degree in engineering is going to rescue you? You're out of your mind. That you have engineers in India and engineers other places to such a degree now that the major U.S. corporations are not only setting their factories up, but now they're beginning to set their research and development facilities up in these nations as well. So this is a dangerous time for us, ladies and gentlemen. And even those of us who may have some kinds of jobs, we cannot be assured of those jobs in the future. I knew people at IBM who thought they had jobs forever. Yes, and yet they're leaving by the thousands. The United States then, as one economist has indicated, has entered a period in which growth is no longer an alternative to redistribution. You know, you see a Nixon, somebody said, you know, a rising tide lifts all boats. So, you know, if you just make the country grow, then all people will make more, and therefore we won't have to redistribute the wealth from the rich to the poor and so forth. We have reached the point now that there's no alternative, no longer an alternative to redistribution. As the size of the pie remains relatively constant, a larger slice for one group now necessarily means a smaller slice for everyone else. This is the way it is. This is what we call the zero-sum game here. Who gets leaves nothing for the other. The United States' continuing prosperity is in serious question. Joel Kopkind, in an interesting book called Tribes, states this: born amidst optimism for the triumph of a rational and universal world order. We had a lot of people running around here talking about universalism. And they're talking about their religion being a universal religion. It's amazing, I find, that the two major religions, Christianity and Islam, who bragged about their universality and their non-racism, have produced the most racist and lopsided economic systems and distributions in the world. Universalism cannot remain in the world of ideas only. You cannot eat universal ideas. You cannot work universal ideas. You must ultimately have religions and universal concepts prove themselves in actuality. And yet now, we're recognizing, as this ought to state, born amidst the optimism for the triumph of a rational and universal world order, the 20th century is ending with an increased interest in the power of race, ethnicity, religion, rather than the long predicted universal age of the end of history. 70 years of Russian communism, 70 years of communistic atheism did nothing for Yugoslavia, did nothing for the ethnic identities of those people who are fighting in Eastern Europe today. 70 years of communist propaganda. Still now, when it collapses, we find the world fighting in terms of what? Ethnicity. Ethnicity is not going away. I don't care how much you want to believe it. I don't care how much your religion tells you that you're all equal in the eyes of God. Ethnicity is going to be here a while longer. Get used to it. As the conventional barriers of nation states and regions become less meaningful under the weight of the global economic forces, it is likely that these ethnic groups and their worldwide business and cultural networks will increasingly shape the economic destiny of the world. When we talk about white supremacy, we're talking about an ethnic situation here of where whites spread across the world and built economic networks and military networks and other networks in order to gain control of its economic and political system. Ethnicity operated in this system all the time when they were telling us that they were about scientific socialism and scientific this and scientific that. All of this universalism covers this thing, covers the deceit of the white supremacist system. We're beginning to see here then white supremacy in crisis. The dominance of whites is being challenged by the Orientals. We as African people then must recognize that this represents a great danger for us, but it also represents great possibilities as well. The diaspora is not only our weakness, but it is our strength. Because in a sense, it is the spreading of groups, of one ethnic group across the world, that can lay the basis for a world economy and a world system. It is much, much, much too early to announce the demise of African people. We shall rise like phoenix from the ashes of our diaspora. And we can rise when we reclaim our African identity, when we reclaim our ethnicity as a people, when we recognize that our spread across the world, that our spread across the United States, that African people in New York and Philadelphia and Chicago and Baltimore and Detroit, LA, and so forth, represent the foundations of a national economy, of a nation within a nation of the United States. That this nation in a nation can connect with the African people of the Caribbean, can connect with the African people of Central and South America, in Brazil and Uruguay. That it can even connect with the African people in Europe itself. Based on a common identity and a common set of values, then we can build a global economic system that can challenge anyone that is here today. It takes acknowledging who we are and what we are. And it takes acknowledging the fact that we intend not to be ruled by whites or any other group. It takes the fact that we must lose our fears as a people. Lose our fears of knowledge and information. Lose our fears of the written word. Lose our fears of thinking hard and long. Lose our fears of confronting the European, of confronting any other ethnic group in this world. It means we must educate ourselves in Afrocentrism, not multiculturalism. It means that we must define our education in terms of nation building. No educational curriculum that is not geared to the building of African nations, to the development of a Pan-African economic system and global system can be called an African-centered curriculum. Because an African-centered curriculum starts with the question, what kind of people must we make in order to build an international economic and political system that is second to none? It starts with that question. I've told you before that education is not for children. It is for a nation. Education prepares the children to undertake the tasks that a nation must undertake to attain its liberation and to protect its liberation. You cannot start then concerning yourself with the education of our children by asking, why are they not reading in school? Why are they not doing math in school? No. You must start by saying, what is our major problem in the world? And what problems must we solve as a people in this world? And what kind of people do we need to solve those problems? And what kind of educational experiences then must we give these people so that they will be prepared to solve those problems? This is the way it works. And then you look back and say, at what point during their development must these educational experiences be imposed upon them so that they can become the kind of people that we want? This education that we are getting today operates on the assumption that America and that the Europeans will continue to be the major powers in the world. It operates on the assumption that they will continue to be our job givers, that they will continue to support our lives as a people. And therefore we look at their economic system and we ask, how should we be qualified to meet their demands? Ladies and gentlemen, that game is over. It has ended. There's no point in it anymore. We must now build an economy for ourselves. We must now enter in as a people into creating an industrial infrastructure in this country and in the world. We must retake this economic system within our communities. We must get over this need to be loved by other groups. As I will tell you, and I have told you before, I am not here to be concerned with racial harmony. I come not to bring peace, but a sword. You cannot be on the bottom of economic, political, and social ladders with other people laying and standing on your back and stand up and not throw them off. You must prepare. You must prepare yourself for 20 or 30 years of racial disharmony in America if you are to make it. For you must throw the aliens out of your community. There's no way around it. Multiculturalism. How many multicultural partnerships do you have? How much multicultural ownership of the shops and businesses and other things in your community do you have? What kind of multiculturalism is this that teaches you to honor the culture of other people who are living off of your very lives as a people and having your youngsters kill and destroy each other in these nations? Of course they are pushing multiculturalism because they know the ultimate solution to our problem is Afrocentrism, African-centeredness. You must learn, ladies and gentlemen, that power is not something possessed by Europeans. It is not something possessed by Japanese or any other group. As Foucault has indicated, power is exercised rather than possessed. It is not the privilege acquired or preserved of the dominant class, but the overall effect of strategic positions. In other words, power comes out of the way people perceive each other and relate to each other. The way people organize, the way they interact with each other. The way they structure and stand by each other. It is the structure of relations out of which power develops. You don't have it unless you use it. I mentioned to you before how Martin Luther King, just by having Negroes stand in a straight line in front of a lunch counter, changed the dining habits of the South. Yes, what do we mean there? Taking what? Strategic positions relative to each other. How taking a strategic position at a lunch counter changed that situation. How taking a strategic relationship of walking together side by side defeated the Montgomery bus system. How deciding together not to buy or not to shop created a power that transformed the Southern social, political, and economic system, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't have power. We had power that we did not know we had. And that power rested in our capacity to operate on the basis of identity and to organize our relationships one to the other. That power rested on our capacity to strategize and to operate according to a particular strategy. And ladies and gentlemen, then, it is not the bombs, it is not the money of Europeans, it is not anything that the Europeans have that can defeat us as a people when we derive the right strategy and approach and organization of our relations one to the other. When we build those approaches upon our identity as African people, and we've had those who've indicated the road. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad indicated it very clearly in changing the taste of black people, in changing the way we talked and walked, the things we wore, and we'll elaborate on this a bit, and how then the money circulated its way back into the nation. When you stopped eating all that junk and smoking all that junk and drinking all of that junk, eating once a day and so forth, you had thousands of dollars that you could do what? Contribute to educating your children within the Nation of Islam. You had thousands of dollars that you could contribute to building up businesses and economic power in the world. You had a moral force that could change drug addicts and that could change criminals and that could transform families and so forth, ladies and gentlemen. It was there all the time. It only had to be released through our identity processes, and our perceiving of ourselves as African people. It is time now to build our nations. We had Marcus Garvey, of course, and one of the most detailed descriptions of how African people could build a nation was by Chancellor Williams himself. We must recognize, ladies and gentlemen, that we can win. We can defeat them. There are those of you who are Bible readers. And the Bible is a potent weapon and a potent means of instruction in political science. One of the reasons why we let this small group of people who call themselves Jews manipulate us so much is because instead of shouting and kicking in reading this Bible, they read it as an instruction manual in how to project power and manipulate people. And it's all there, right from the Genesis story, as I've told you before, Moses. Yes, Moses himself. I've said, I found it interesting that even though God had promised Moses a land and promised the Hebrews a land, the interesting thing about it is when they got to the border, God didn't say, walk right in and sit right down, even though he promised them the land. He didn't say, I'm going to wipe these people who already inhabit the land out. Here was this all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful God who calls Moses and says, Moses, I want you to send in an intelligence team into Canaan. And I want you to go in there and collect strategic information about the nature of their armies and the design of their cities and fortresses, what they eat and all of this kind of stuff. And I want you to bring this back because you're going to use this to do what? Execute a war against these people. Right. Even though God had promised them the land, they had to do what? They had to fight a war to take it. And I'm telling you, Jesus people out here, your Jesus has demonstrated to you that even though he may promise you liberation, and even though he may promise you freedom at last, you're going to have to fight for it. You're going to have to make war for it. And some of you read the situation then of where 10 out of the 12 spies that Moses sent in to that promised land were spooked out. Yeah, they came back talking about, oh, this is a land of giants. We can never defeat them. Their armies are overwhelming. They have this power and that power and this and so forth and so on. They had to stay in the wilderness another 40 years so that those people who were psyched out had to die out and be weeded out. And God himself says, only those will achieve the promised land who said what? We can win. We can win African people. We can win African people. The Europeans went against the Vietnamese with all their smart bombs, with all their nuclear weaponry, with all of their armies. And yet these people put a whipping on them that they will never forget. They have scarred the American ego, and it'll take it a century or more before it can overcome the trauma that the Vietnamese put on it. So we need not fear their atomic bombs or their so-called large economic influence in the world. We need not fear anything, ladies and gentlemen, except fearing not coming to love ourselves enough, except fearing not coming to identify ourselves as African people. Because those of us who love ourselves enough, who can identify ourselves as African people, we shall enter the promised land because we can win. Thank you very much.
Dr. Amos Wilson, brothers and sisters. Please, Dr. Amos Wilson.
Yeah.
Attorney Alton Maddox, come on.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Let us hold hands. We are an African people, robbed of our name, our land, our culture, and our religion. But tonight, I pledge allegiance not to the flag of the United States of America, but to smashing global white supremacy. And I further pledge that I will be with Chief Imhotep, Garry, Byrd, tomorrow night at Club Harambe, located at 127 West 43rd Street, 43rd Street. That was my southern accent, but I said it. Between 6th Avenue and Broadway in Manhattan. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Free the land.